heard some stories about me macking bitches and pimping hoes. That was real talk, no false facts. A girl on my line like a fishing pole. Foreign whip in the blue strips, the only bait I need. I'm out to bust down this backwood, pull it up with an 8-foot tree. Your girl is very fast. She could probably run a 4-2. If she throw that pussy at me, I'ma toss it like a horseshoe. Bet I hit my mark, I get it in the hole just like a beanbag. Claim your life is really good, but that shit just really seemed bad. Let that bitch go like she can sent off to college. On her way to give me brains, a nigga really needs some knowledge. Trying to get smarter, higher education. Got an ounce of Monster cookies, but it's just for medication. This hoe on all fours, it ain't no meditation. She gon' jump on top the dick quick with no hesitation. Make her legs spread apart, separate like segregation. My dick put this freak to sleep, I call that sedation. Let her go, doing the type of shit that you would be disgusted with. Bands to make her bust her shit. She be over at my crib and she keep popping pussy sucking dick. Bands to make her bust her shit. You thought that was your wifey, but she really out there homing, man. Told you not to trust the bitch. Bands to make her bust her shit. Bands to make her bust her shit. Bands to make her bust her shit. I soaked the pellet game, now I'm gonna apply it. Got pounds of the flame if you wanna buy it. My niggas gang, you don't wanna try it. Make everybody panic like coronavirus. My goons be masked up just like coronavirus. We'll shut the city down just like coronavirus. Now you don't wanna try us unless you wanna ride. Even in the darkest hour, I still get the city lit. And I just hit a gritty lick for like 56. The game really sick. Riding in this Porsche Panamera with a pretty bitch. You know her ass is pretty thick, but she be on some sedity shit. Get up in that pussy, then go dumb just like an idiot. Take a pound, ain't break it down, cause I'm trying to get rid of it. But I don't just sell to anybody in case them people watch me. When niggas get caught up, they gon' start singing like Tekashi. It's why I grind solo and keep some racks up in my stash spot. Back page get shut down, still selling pussy on my laptop. Came up out the mud and then the rose to the black top. Bunch of blue face hunters, stack it up, there go my mascot. Bitches only wanna fuck with me because I rap high.
Hit 'em with the dick and they start feeling like it's crack rock.
Jack boys wanna jack me cause they think I hit the jackpot. But I let that Mac pop, then you know what it is, a rap ox, it's easy. I soaked the pellet game, now I'm gonna apply it. Got pounds of the flame if you wanna buy it. My niggas gang, you don't wanna try it. Make everybody panic like coronavirus. My goons be masked up just like coronavirus. We'll shut the city down just like coronavirus. Now you don't wanna try us unless you wanna ride.
Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy Dat Dude, an impromptu stream, back with another one. This one is gonna be a banger. It's gonna be a doozy. Now, before we get this thing started, I do not like to keep y'all waiting. So before we get this thing started, you know, I gotta hit you.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元のと言っても実は少ないんです。もう友達できたの？うん。ぶったまんまこっち見ろ。
Look, this promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep, I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. She's just showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, move it for me slow-mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be tell me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dog. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of bad.
And we are activated. Let me know if y'all have any issues hearing me. Y'all should be hearing me loud and clearly. Let me know if it sounds muffled or whatever. I had some audio issues on my last stream, so I do want to apologize because it looked like my audio was being picked up from a different source. I have my webcam hooked up and it was going to that default as the audio source. So now y'all should be hearing me much more clearly. Let me know in the chat. Okay. Thank you. And of course, before I get this thing started, I got to give some shout outs to the illustrious guests. This person is always coming through. Like 99% of the times, it's the first person in the chat. That's none other than Shara King in building. And of course, we got my boo. What it did it do? Liked and shared. You know how she do. I sincerely appreciate that. And we got John Sin Different, aka John Sinatra, in building. Now, before we get this thing started, let me give y'all an overview. I'm sure you guys seen the Super Bowl. I did a Super Bowl stream. I called it. I made a prognostication that the Seahawks were going to win. I thought it was going to be a little bit tighter, but they won in dominant fashion. There was a Super Bowl halftime show performed by an artist by the name of Bad Bunny. Now, I didn't watch the halftime show. I wasn't protesting it. Don't got nothing against him or the Latino community or anything like that. Just personally wasn't my cup of tea, and I had more pressing things to do. So shout out to everyone that liked it. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. But some are trying to call it the best halftime show ever. I don't know if I would go that far. I personally haven't seen it, so I could be giving a biased perspective. But y'all let me know what y'all think. Now, there are some MAGA maniacs who were foaming at the mouth. They are distraught. They thought that the performance was extremely un-American. And let's be honest, a lot of people couldn't understand it. There is a growing contingent of people that speak Spanish in the country, but the majority of the country doesn't speak Spanish. So some see it as, hey, you're pandering to a smaller segment of the population just to get clicks and views, you know. But this is what you get in a capitalist society, right? People do things based on the profit motive and incentive. So if the NFL is trying to globalize their product and pander and tap into more of the Latin market, then you understand why they did this. Now, you might not like it because you can't understand it, but some people, they were too drunk to understand it anyways. Some people just wanted to see handsome men and women gyrate, and they're saying, who cares if I understand? So I'm gonna break down some videos and we'll see if this is overblown. I think that, you know, in America, I would love to see American performers perform in English, but hey, they call this a melting pot and this is a capitalist society. So, you know, it kind of is what it is. My thing is, I don't believe that there should be a DEI, affirmative action, with Spanish speaking, right? Let the next Super Bowl, let's have some K-pop up there, some K-pop or J-pop. I heard some Japanese pop, you know, much of what they copied and emulated from Black Americans. But yeah, hey, let some Japanese people go up there and sing in their language. I mean, why not? Right? Why are we having a bias towards Spanish speaking? You know what I mean? Let the Spanish do something, then let somebody go up there and do a Creole song. I mean, why not? It's a melting pot, right? All languages matter. But and my boo says, I don't even know who Bad Bunny is, respectfully. Now, some people will call you a hater because if you don't know who Bad Bunny is, you're a hater. Or if you don't speak Spanish and you say, look, Shout out to bruh, but I don't speak Spanish and I can't understand them, so I'll slide on this one. You hate Latinos, huh? How? So that's kind of what it's turning into. There's some videos where people are railing against black people, saying that black people are not supportive enough of Bad Bunny. Like, okay. All right, well, let's get into it. Before I get into the video that's breaking down of the blonde, bombshell, bigoted, bird-brained bimbo, also known as Megan Kelly, I'm going to react to a video from Tim Black. Tim Black is a content creator. He is on code. He is B1, and he calls balls and strikes like he sees it. So let's get into this, and then we'll react. And let me know if you guys have any issues hearing the video as well. Give me uno momento. All right, here we go.
Democrats are praising a Super Bowl halftime show where 200 million Americans didn't understand what was being said. But when black Americans...
Yes, and that's how I am. I'm a humanitarian. I love all people regardless, but sometimes if you criticize people, it turns into, hey, you're hating on them or you hate them. And that's reserved for specifically for black people, but other people of different backgrounds, if they criticize the wrong person, whether it be a public figure or celebrity, and people think that, hey, I idolize this person, so you can't say anything about them. But none of us are above reproach. People love to Bible thump and talk about how much of a Christian nation this is. Okay, so why are you idolizing celebrities? Isn't idolatry sinful? So why are you doing it, right? People love to point the fingers about crime and degeneracy and things like that, all debaucherous and sinful behavior, but you're doing a different sin as well. So how are you any better? This person's sinning, you're sinning. How are you any better? But let's get back into the video.
Let me get this right. Democrats are praising a Super Bowl halftime show where 200 million Americans didn't understand what was being said. But when black Americans do their thing, they don't get nowhere near the type of celebration. When we celebrate our own culture in our...
And just to be clear, for anyone that wants to watch the video uninterrupted, this is on Tim Black TV. The video is titled Democrats Loved Bad Bunny Spanish Super Bowl Show. Where's that energy for black culture? So in order to make the video transformative, I will have to interject it, fast forward, rewind it. YouTube doesn't want you to just play people's videos without giving commentary. I know sometimes there's some whiny people in the comments, man, just let the video play. Well, hey, if you want to go watch the video uninterrupted, I've shown you where you can go. Now I'm going to be giving commentary and reactions to it. I will play it enough so that you get the context, and I will rewind it back so that you remember the context of what's being said. So just to be clear. So that should eliminate any of those trollish, whiny comments.
Do their thing. They don't get nowhere near the type of celebration. When we celebrate our own culture in our own language, the English language, we don't get this type of love.
And shout out to the chat. One thing that's beautiful about the chat, y'all give me more commentary to do, which helps aid in avoiding a copyright strike, and it allows me to put on my chef hat and apron, and you know, the bro is gonna cook. It's gonna be one of them tonight. So this person says, didn't Snoop, Dr. Dre, Mary J, her name is Mary J Blige, not Mary J Beige. I don't know who the hell Mary J Beige is, but shout out to her, done one of the most memorable halftime shows a few years ago. So yes, they did. I'm not sure exactly why you're bringing this up, but yes, they did. However, let me just play a little bit. I want to know where you're going with this. Why'd you bring that up? Because Kendrick did a good one. Rihanna did a good one. This person is, I'm from London, England, so I'm not too familiar with the Super Bowl. Oh, no, it's no problem, Jassim. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. I thought you was a homegrown person from the States, because I was going to say, bruh, like, what's going on? And they're trying to say that Bad Bunny's was the best ever because of viewership and choreography. But how do you top Michael Jackson and Prince? Prince doing Purple Rain while it's pouring raining? Hard to top. Let's just say body of work, Prince versus Bad Bunny. They shouldn't even be mentioned in the same sentence. Prince versus Michael Jackson really shouldn't be mentioned in the same sentence, but this is this kind of global hype, and I don't think it's an apples to apples comparison. See, when Mike did all of this stuff, there weren't smartphones and everyone didn't have access to YouTube to watch this, so people were like really fainting. Like some people would like slit their wrists, to see Michael perform. So now I think there is this revisionist history where they look at Spotify's and streams and say, hey, look at how many downloads and look how many streams. That means this person is as good as Michael Jackson because of views. Just because something is highly viewed doesn't mean that it's better. I mean, if you put a Drake song up right now and then you put an old Tupac song up, Drake will probably do the better numbers based on recency bias and media marketing. But is Drake really better than Tupac? Is he really a more influential artist than Tupac? So views don't always equate to better. So they're pushing that Bad Bunny is the best halftime show ever, mainly off of viewership, but the marketing that they did for this particular Super Bowl superseded what they've done for other ones. So it's really not a fair comparison. However, this is ultimately what they want. They want to break into that market and say, look, this is why you should support the NFL. We highlighted a Latino artist and this was the most viewed halftime show. So now spend more dollars with the NFL. This is all this is about. This is not just for some unyielding love for the Latino community. This is just capitalism and profiteering. Hey, look, we know that they're culturally prideful, so we can market this as this global unity thing. But what they really want you to unify around is spending money with the NFL. That's what this is about. But let's get back into the video.
Celebration. When we celebrate our own culture in our own language, the English language, we don't get this type of love. And you want to tell me pointing out this is called hate? Me saying what's real is called xenophobia? Nah, fam, it's called keeping it a buck, which means keeping it real. So Bad Bunny put on a performance yesterday at the Super Bowl halftime show, and the question is that.
Correct. And shout out to Jazz. And Jazz, even though you're not in America, seems to be that you're understanding at least some of our politics. It was a bit more of a political play with the whole ICE thing. And that's the same thing that they did with the Grammys. And this is the same thing that they did with Bad Bunny. So the Democrats, they want you to believe that, hey, this is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants. So if they keep pushing more immigrant imagery, you start thinking about, oh yeah, see, we're all immigrants. So since we're all immigrants, that means everyone should come. We should be able to invite the entire globe because no one's illegal on stolen land. This is really all this is about. And they're using Bad Bunny as the tool, to drive home that message. And then people will start thinking about various things. Oh my God, he's so handsome. Oh my God, I love his music. And then you don't want to support ICE because you love Bad Bunny's music and he said ICE out. These are the types of like political ploys that are going on. But all of these people that are saying ice out, if you say, okay, fine, instead of deporting these immigrants, how about we just drop them in your neighborhood? Oh, no, don't drop them over here. Go drop them in a poor neighborhood, most likely a predominantly black neighborhood, and let them displace that neighborhood. We love immigrants, just not in our backyard. You know what I mean? And that's how all these liberals are too. Billie Eilish, who was saying no one's illegal on stolen land, and then they checked, there's like, actually, you're sitting on stolen Native American land. You gonna get that land back? Billie Eilish, are you gonna give the stolen land back, or was it just a bumper sticker? So that's all this this is just a political ploy. Bad Bunny is standing up for Latinos by saying ice out. Literally, how is that standing up for Latinos? How is that any different than saying Black Lives Matter or defund the police? Ice out. Oh, Bad Bunny is standing up for his community by doing songs. I mean, during George Floyd, it was a bunch of people doing songs. Nobody said they were standing up for the community. They just thought they were an artist. He makes a song that you can't even understand, and he's standing up for the community. Yeah, but what community? For the American community. Yeah, which American community? Because I can't understand them, so I don't know who he's standing up for. Just trust me, bro, or learn Spanish, and then you'll figure out if he's standing up. So fine, I'll learn Spanish, but I'd rather have this conversation in English. That's xenophobic. There's no official language. So it's like, if people prefer English, now that's turning into you're xenophobic. This shit don't even make sense. It's like my boo was saying. It's like, look, I'm all, bro. We don't really care. People speak their languages, Mandarin, Farsi, all the time. But on this was considered the grand stage, the quintessential American hobby, and you speak in a language that hundreds of millions can't understand. You know what I mean? That's not really about unity. That's about pandering, which is fine. This is a capitalist nation. I understand it from that. But don't try to say that you're trying to unify, right? If you're trying to unify, you will unify in the language that most people speak. You know what I mean? But if we don't want to do that, then hey, get some Filipinos up there. Hey, shout out to my Filipino fam. I love Filipinos. How about we have some performers speak Tagalog, right? Chinese people, right? They're the model minorities. Could we do a halftime show and let's just do it in Mandarin? Why are we just stopping with Spanish? Because when Kendrick Lamar, he was up there, Kendrick Lamar did a show showing all sorts of American iconography. Kendrick Lamar was standing on American lineage business. What do people like to talk about? American exceptionalism. That's what Kendrick was standing on. But maybe when Kendrick, maybe the complexions and the hues were too dark, and maybe it was a little bit too ghetto-fied. But, Bad Bunny, you can't say it's ghetto if you don't understand it. But hey, salute to Bad Bunny. He's standing on business for his community and his culture. But it just gets confusing when he's saying, oh, we're trying to unify with who? They're not unified in Latin America. So why is America the United? So let me actually, hold on. Let me clarify this. Why is the United States of America always the hub for unity? And this speaks for the African and the Caribbean too, right? They don't unify in the Caribbean. They don't unify in Africa. They don't unify in South and Central America, but then they come to the United States of America and start preaching unity. What's stopping Venezuelans and Hondurans from uniting right now? What's stopping Mexicans and El Salvadorans from uniting right now? What's stopping Puerto Ricans and Mexicans from uniting? But they come to the United States of America and say, you must let us all come because we're on the continent of America. But China and Korea are on the same continent. Do they want their country flooded with Koreans because they're on the same continent? No, it doesn't even make sense. But we're supposed to be come one, come all. You know what I mean? All the whole no one's illegal on stolen land, no one pushes that in their homeland. Mexicans come over here and say no one's illegal on stolen land. So if I go to your country back in Mexico and wear a shirt that said no one's illegal on stolen land, are they going to let me in? Mexico was stolen. So I should be good to just waltz right in there, right? And of course, we've been joined by an illustrious guest. Yo to the yo, 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 yo. Big Rig Slaps in building. Let's get back into the video.
Me saying what's real is called xenophobia. Nah, fam, it's called keeping it a buck, which means keeping it real.
This is the point of the idiotic statement. No one's illegal on stolen land. Yeah, all of the land was stolen and conquested at some point. And just because it was stolen from someone else, how are you entitled to it, right? Let's just say you go and you steal somebody's girl because they got mouthpiece. Look, your dude was lacking. I pulled up on shorty. I spit that silver tongue mouthpiece. Now she chose up on me. You feel me? So now what? You're entitled to hit that? You entitled to hit it from the back because I stole it from someone else? That shit wouldn't even make sense. Here, someone stole a car. Hey, no driver is illegal in a stolen car. So now you should be able to drive the stolen car because I stole it from someone else. This land was allegedly stolen from another group. But now everyone should be able to come because it wasn't stolen from you. But since it was stolen from someone else, I get to come. Huh? Shit don't even make no sense, bruh.
So Bad Bunny put on a performance yesterday at the Super Bowl halftime show, and the question is is Bad Bunny talented? I wouldn't know. I couldn't understand him. But he's got a lot of energy, and it was a lot of stuff moving around on stage. And that's about all I know. Besides that, I do know that the Democrats loved it.
Holy shit, listen to this. Okay, I'm sorry, can you say
It's good, but where's Bad Bunny? I need Bad Bunny. I need Bad Bunny.
Oh man, are you as emotional as I am?
Oh man, they couldn't get enough of it, fam. It's everywhere. How?
Bro, are you fucking kidding me? All the dude did was perform. Why are they pretending as if they've never seen a Latino perform on a big stage? Did y'all forget J-Lo was up there, Shakira? And they had some other artists. I mean, they've seen what Ricky Martin and Enrique Iglesias. It's like now look, I love the Kendrick Lamar show. I would say him, Michael Jackson, and Prince were the best, right? I absolutely loved it. I thought it represented Black American culture because foundational Black American culture is entrenched in American culture, right? So I completely love that. But this one, you know, people want you to love what you didn't understand. So if I give you a movie right now, the movie might be good. It have good choreographed scenes, a lot of action. But if you can't understand it, plus it doesn't have subtitles, you know, you're only going to rate it so high, right? You may not rank it as high as something that you could understand without subtitles, because even, and I do watch things with subtitles, but you know, sometimes you may have to rewind it back. You know, some people are unable to like read the subtitles and pay attention what's going on to the screen. So, you know, if somebody says, look, man, I'm sure it was a great show. It's just I couldn't understand it, so it wasn't my cup of tea. Now they're calling you xenophobic. You hate immigrants. See, y'all always hate on the Latino community, and you should have learned Spanish, bro. Like, hold on, bro. Like, they announced it a few months ago, so in a few months, I should have learned Spanish so that I could better understand Bad Bunny's halftime performance. No, you can. Okay, I think people should learn other languages for purposes, but not for the purpose of listening to a halftime show. I mean, this shit is getting wild, bruh.
Successful it was. People making tweets like, that Bad Bunny, I couldn't understand a word that was said, but I understand good feelings when I see him. Now, you understand votes when you see him. Yeah, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, George Soros, all just
Yes, this is about a new voter block. The Democrats are saying, hey, we done with you niggas. We not quite done with you niggas. We just want you niggas to vote for the final nail in the coffin, vote for your final displacement. And then after that, then they'll be done. And that's why you're gonna hear more marginalized groups, overlooked group, minorities, and people of color to death. They don't even want to say the word black, because they'll use black pain, and they like to use these kind of buffer terms and nebulous terms so that they can dole out benefits to every other group. They'll say, look at what's happening to black people. It's such a shame. So in order to help what's happening to black people, we have to give something to minorities. And guess who's at the bottom of the list? Oh my God, police brutality is so bad. We've been targeting the blacks with debt peonage, sharecropping, systematic racism. So in order to help them, we're going to bring over some immigrants from Tijuana and Colombia. That will help the black community, right? So that's pretty much what the Democrats are on. So they're doing any of these symbolic, intangible pandering. They say, you niggas need to stop begging for reparations. And then in LA, they're saying, oh my God, the immigrants are scared to go out the house. We're going to give them cash assistance and a lawyer. Do y'all know how much it costs to get a lawyer? Democrats are giving immigrants lawyers for free. Y'all know how much it costs to get health care? Democrats are saying, yeah, no one's illegal on stolen land, so you can get health care regardless of your immigration status. So when they say that, regardless of immigration status, that means if you came here illegally, we'll still have something for you. But they tell other groups, the native population, that you need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Then people cross the border and they say, no, this is a nation of immigrants. You don't have to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. We're going to help you. And then they say, no, it wasn't us. It was a NGO. Okay, who's auditing these NGOs? And why are these NGOs so flush with cash? They're nonprofit, but suddenly they have millions and millions to dole out, but they only dole them out to immigrants, not citizens. And they love for the immigrants to have come here illegally. So they're just in this limbo of no documentation. So that's why they push for them to have babies, which some call anchor babies. Those babies anchor them here. So now they have 3 kids, and then you got the MAGA maniac saying the great replacement theory. Let's just say it's true. There is a great replacement. It's not a theory, it's a strategy, but it's not against the W community. It's clearly against the foundational black American freedmen. They're saying, look, man, we need some cheap labor, right? And we need to economically dismantle and just finally bury the black community. And they can do that with immigrants. They push the model minority. Many of these immigrants come over here with anti-black sentiments. This is not just me talking. You know it in your anecdotal and testimonial experience. And they've done studies on this. Look up, Duke did a study and others. And I could pull it up in real time, just in case. So I'm just trying to give you guys a complete a picture of where this is going. So this is why you hear a lot of pandering towards immigrants. This is why you see a lot of immigrant privilege. And this is nothing towards immigrants, right? If they are in a position where they can get some goodies, giveaways, and guarantees, and if someone is going to treat them in a privileged manner, hey, I understand it. Where the issue lies is that sometimes you know how there's American exceptionalism, people start pushing immigrant exceptionalism, saying that they're so much smarter, they work harder, they have superior culture. And then once you start asking simple questions, okay, you said they work so hard and they have all these skills, it's like, why didn't they work this hard in their homeland? You can't say that. That's xenophobic. No, isn't that a fair question? The dude has all these skills. Imagine someone is at home, his house is disgusting, but he goes to someone else's house and cleans it spick and span. It would be a fair question, like, okay, look, hey, thanks for cleaning this house. Why is your house a pigsty though? You know what I mean? You work so hard and you have superior culture. How did you let your house get this disgusting? Then they'll say they were fleeing gang violence, so they have a culture of violence over there. Isn't that their culture? So they try to avoid using the culture of violence, but then when it comes to blacks, they'll say, yeah, you niggers are violent. Hold on. They were fleeing a place where they were chopping off the heads of mayors, slitting people's throats and pulling their tongue through. There's no American Crips or Bloods that's doing that. So who really has the culture of violence, right? They have bigger gangs, more organized gangs, more violent gangs, but yet that's not their culture. So what are they fleeing from then? Right? And of course, we've been joined by the hardest working mod in YouTube, Vibrant Low, in the building. Let's get back into the video. I told y'all it's gonna be one of them ones.
Now you understand votes when you see them. Yeah, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, George Soros are just twisting their mustaches, rubbing their hands together, looking at the votes that's going to come in. That's what you saw. Imagine this, foundational Black Americans. Imagine the show where 90% of the show was in African-American vernacular English. You know, black talk. And other people didn't know what we was talking about. Do you think the Democratic Party, including Amy Klobuchar, Hakeem Jeffries, Clyburn, AOC, you think all these people are going to come out and praise how great it was? Or would they be saying it's divisive? Are they going to be saying, where's the inclusivity? Where's the cross-sectionality? Yeah, I think you know the answer to that. And that doesn't mean you're hating. That just means you weren't born yesterday. See, the point is this. The Black community, we give 83% of our votes today to the Democratic Party. We've been doing that for 60 years. And they don't show us anywhere near the same amount of respect that they show white voters. Do the Republicans cater to their base? Yes. The base for the Democratic Party are black voters. Do the Democratic Party cater to black voters? No. Case in point, this Super Bowl show. And it's not that Bad Bunny had a moment. That's not it. And for my Puerto Rican brothers and sisters, I get it, man. For my Latino brothers and sisters, I get that too. I'd be too busy celebrating to be worried about how black people feel about it. But here's the thing. Black Americans are asked to code switch on a daily basis just to get through life. Latino Americans, for the most part, they are insulated. They can be within their own communities, and it's a lot less of that having to happen in order for them to survive America. The Democratic Party,
Yes, a lot less of that happening because many Latinos are white. And this is what we've allowed to happen, where we know that there's a difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality, but people conflate them when it's convenient for them. And then before anyone has to say, race is a social construct, guess what is a derivative of that social construct? Ethnicity. So saying race is a social construct, I'm just going to retort that ethnicity is a social construct. And guess what else is? Religion. None of these things are biological or inherent, right? So religion, race, ethnicity, and constructing a nationality, all are social constructs. So I get it. Sometimes people try to pick and choose one that's favorable for them, depending on the situation, circumstance, and scenario. But let's just talk numbers. Now, going forward, you'll see many people identifying as non-white to try to play this game as if, no, I'm not really white. I'm Latino. I'm Hispanic. But there's no race called Latino or Hispanic. There's black Latinos. Are they the same race as the white ones? So this is the thing, that this is why many of these parties, they don't mind catering towards the Latinos, right? There's the Cuban Latinos in Florida, but you know, Ron DeSantis, right? That the Latinos are like Ron DeSantis. The Latinos are like Ted Cruz, right? Like, are they really Latino? Call them Linos, Latino in name only. Many of them are just white dudes with a Spanish surname Cruz, De La Cruz, you know what I mean? Reyes, and then you look at them, they're Lily W. You know what I mean? You can't even tell the difference, but they'll convince you that because they call themselves Hispanic, many of these Hispanics don't even speak English. That was part of them assimilating into white American culture, is to pull back on speaking Spanish. So this is part of the reason why Democrats are also willing to pander towards, because they'll pander towards immigrants, but it's a specific demographic of immigrants, right? They still manage and have quotas for the African and Caribbean immigrants. They won't let them in at large numbers, but they will flood the border with like millions of Latino immigrants, right? The ones that are the lighter and whiter ones, they get to go to different parts of societies. The darker ones, yeah, these gonna be our new niggas, but they're not lazy like those niggas, you know what I mean? And they're gonna have a bunch of babies. So they solve two problems. They displace and further disenfranchise the black people, further cement them as a permanent underclass. And then since white people, because that's all they care about, since the white people are not having enough babies, they bring in a crop of immigrants who they prefer to come here illegally. So they keep them in this undocumented status, and then they pop out babies to anchor them here, because those babies are citizens and you don't want to separate families, right? So yeah, many of those people, they haven't been under any threat of deportation. Now Trump is coming in and he's talking about ending birthright citizenship, and he's doing many controversial deportations, but he's not doing mass deportation. So this is a strategy that both parties agree with. The Democrats are like, here, let us crash out for immigrants. The Republicans let the Democrats crash out, and then they try to say great replacement as if they're standing up to the Democrats. But if you look at Trump at Mar-a-Lago, he has illegal undocumented immigrants working for him. You know what I mean? All of these Republicans, remember Arnold Schwarzenegger? He was caught smashing his worker who was an immigrant, who was Hispanic. So that's another thing too. All of these, many of these people, they like having red light districts as well. So prostitution isn't seen as taboo in many of these other countries. So if they'll bring some ladies of the nights over here, many of those politicians do want some young, fresh meat that they can always come in with an accent, or that they can easily exploit. Remember the hundreds of thousands of kids that went missing during the human trafficking? Um, the human trafficking reports. What did either party do about that, though? They played some lip service, and then they said both parties are playing politics. Yeah, but what are you doing about it? Nothing, because both parties support open borders. It gives them a political football that they can kick up and down and all around, and they can dangle citizenship and amnesty potentially for a new constituency. This is all this is about. And even if they don't vote, which they can vote, there's over 17 municipalities across the country where people can vote, even if you're not a citizen. But the thing is, they don't plan on them just forever not being citizens. At some point, they're going to give them amnesty or a pathway to citizenship. So that's what this is ultimately about. If they really cared about these people, there's people that have been here 20, 30 years that don't have citizenship. Instead of helping them, the Democrats are like, here, let's open the border and bring in more people. Like, how about you help the people that was already here? From when you opened the border 10 years ago, they still haven't did those. And then they do something called DACA and all the stuff, which mainly helps Latino immigrants. It's called Dreamers. Pulling from I Have a Dream. Is like, damn, why are you always pulling from the black leaders? Who is the Mexican or Latino version of Martin Luther King? Don't say Cesar Chavez. I already played the video of him calling illegal immigrants wetbacks. So who was the Hispanic version of Malcolm X? Who is the Hispanic version of Fred Hampton? Notice how people will talk about the young lords and the brown berets. Okay, yeah, that's a group. Who are the leaders there? See, we can name off our leaders, but like, why can't other people name off the leaders? When people say, no, we were out there. So it should be easy for you to name off 3 Latino civil rights leaders. Because I could find you 3 Latino civil rights leaders that said, let the Negro fight his own battle. I don't want to ally with them. That's what I could find. Could anyone find me 3 Asian civil rights leaders? Don't worry, I'll wait.
Praising this Super Bowl show, not because they appreciate it culturally. It's not cultural appreciation. It's political positioning. That's what you're witnessing. You're witnessing a political party having to do what it needs to do to keep some butts in the seats. And those butts are Latino butts. And the black butts can have several seats. I'm seeing a whole.
So shout out to my New Orleans family, the 504 boy, Wode, Braxton, and Tay-Bay in the building.
All out of the black talkers from the Democratic Party shucking and jiving on this. Didn't understand a damn word they were saying. They could have been talking about your mama the whole time. You don't even know. And here you are.
So to the people that watched, everyone in the chat, did y'all watch the Super Bowl halftime show? Do y'all believe that it was the best halftime show ever? Are you a Spanish speaker? Could you understand what Bad Bunny was saying? Or it didn't matter because you like looking at him, you think that he's handsome, and you like the gyrations of the dancers? Let me know. I didn't watch it. I don't really have a desire to watch it. I did see some clips. It seemed like it was an entertaining show, but if I couldn't understand it, like I said, the entertainment level only goes so far.
I'm seeing a whole lot of the black talkers from the Democratic Party shucking and jiving on this. Didn't understand a damn word they were saying. They could have been talking about your mama the whole time. You don't even know. And here you are. Amazing. 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 Democrats, they don't go around celebrating black culture. Going around to black churches in October looking for votes is not celebrating black culture. That's trying to be a culture vulture and get some votes. That's what that is. So this Super Bowl party, this show, this put down, man, hey, it was a performance. Not my cup of tea, but I get it. And I'm not boo-hooing it. This has nothing to do with Bad Bunny. This has nothing to do with his audience, his performers. But I remember a time when we had black performers like Janet Jackson. And when a little thing went off like blackness, when they pulled Janet Jackson, they ruined her career and put the pause, the stop button on her career, and left the white guy go back and be just fine. In fact, that happened in 2004. By 2018, that same white guy that was half the problem that caused the spectacle in 2004 with Janet got his own Super Bowl halftime show. It took 60 years for hip-hop to get to the Super Bowl. And then we needed how many stars? 5. 5 stars to do one black hip-hop show at the Super Bowl halftime. Bad Bunny was by himself. I mean, unless you count that 60 seconds that Lady Gaga was singing. Forgettable. Okay, you think I'm a hater? You say, Tim Black, you're wrong? Well, do me a favor. Go find me some Spanish-speaking countries that are celebrating Black American award shows that they don't understand. And then I'll apologize. Till then, it's not xenophobia, baby. Until then, it's not xenophobia, baby. It's keeping it real. There's nothing wrong with saying, I respect the artistry. There's also nothing wrong with saying, I expect my own cultural experience and my own life experience. And this ain't it. For me. But see, Democrats won't let you have that, will they?
No. And this is the thing. What was there to relate to about Bad Bunny, right? And this is nothing against him. For his people, for his community, for the demographic that he was targeting, I'm sure it was a phenomenal show. But because the Democrats are pushing this agenda and they want everyone to just get on board with it and say, hey, look, the Latinos are the new constituency that we want to pander to, and that, we want to make the face of anything that comes to marginalization, but they can't truly do it because many Latinos are white, so they're not getting the treatment as the niggas are getting treated. So that's why they keep trying to lump us in with the black and brown and people of color. Look at Bad Bunny's complexion. What color is he? Bad Bunny is considered a person of color? How? He's the same. You see a bunch of white people, you see Bad Bunny. They have the same complexion, but somehow Bad Bunny is not white because he's from Puerto Rico, which is American territory, and he speaks Spanish. Spanish language originates from Spain, which is in Europe. It's widely accepted that Europeans are white, but Bad Bunny isn't a white Latino. There's no race called Latino. There's no race called Hispanic. So I just want to be curious, right? He put on a heck of a show, is what they say, right? I'm just curious, what race is Bad Bunny? He's Latino. Yeah, but I asked, what race is he? And then suddenly people just act like they don't know what race is. And then they say the same thing. It's a social construct. Yeah, so is Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is a social construct. Bad Bunny saying he's Hispanic is a social construct. So how far are we willing to go with the whole social construct language?
Because if you don't go along with what they say is right, foundational Black American, then you are racist. Because we all know how many jobs you stop Latinos from getting.
And yes, I know who Richard Aoki is. And this is where, people like, man, we got to build solidarity. We got to build a coalition. Nobody is trying to build a coalition with us. They're trying to infiltrate our movements, take from our cultural clout and, leech off of our trauma and pain and say, hey, because I was around blacks, I went through what they went through. So those resources we're going to give them to me because I'm a minority. Richard Aoki sold out the Black Panthers. He was a federal informant, and they allowed him to move up in the ranks because we're all inclusive. What Latino organizations are inviting black people? They don't have black people in there at all, and the black people that they do have, they don't identify as black. They identify as Latino, even though that's not a race. They identify as Hispanic. So it's not, in mind, in mentality, there's not any black people there. And if they are there, they won't move up in the ranks. See, if we don't allow Latinos to kind of come and colonize our stuff, it's like, y'all hate Latinos and they helped y'all during slavery. Actually, you didn't. And the dude that did help was an Afro-Mexican, and he helped free the slaves and help the slaves. And then the white Mexicans killed them. They never tell you that part of the story. And then they say we as if they had a hand in it. Like, no, you didn't have a hand in it. You're part of the people that are pushing the mejoró la raza, blancamiento type of mentality, which is advance the race by lightening, brightening, and whitening the race. I present to you Telemundo, Univision, right? They are in control of the media. There's many Afro-Mexicans over there. Why are they not represented? So we think that these people are going to be anti-black in their homeland, but then come over here and then just start loving on black people. Like, who are we kidding? These people are violent to other Mexicans and other Colombians and other people that look like them, people that share their same ethnicity and nationality. Many of them are violent towards them in their homeland. But then you think that if you just dump a bunch of Tren de Aragua in a Chicago neighborhood, that no violence is going to come of it, that they're just going to, just be like waving and blowing kisses at the native population. Who are we kidding here?
Yeah, they calling us racist. Like we write the policies. But see, Democrats won't let you have that, will they? Because if you don't go along with what they say is right, foundational Black American, then you are racist. Because we all know how many jobs you stop Latinos from getting. Yeah, they calling us racist. Like we write the policies, and like we're the ones who destabilize Latin America. Anyway, look, I got a bone.
This is another excuse that I'm tired of hearing. We're only coming because the U.S. destabilized us. It's U.S. imperialism. Okay, bruh. No, it's your corrupt leaders in your homeland. Of course, I don't agree with the U.S. going around being the world police, colonizing and practicing imperialism, where they are just doing military coups and putting in puppet leaders. I am vehemently against that. I'm not against meddling. I am America first. I'm not an isolationist, but America first. I'm not the America only. I think we could and should help other nations that actually need help. We shouldn't be giving Israel billions and billions and billions. As many other countries that can use that, and the money would be better served. So I don't mind helping people, but you still help people first. If they say love thy neighbor, right? But if your kid is hungry and the neighbor kid is hungry, you're not going to go feed the neighbor's kids just because you love thy neighbor. Yes, after I feed my kid and after I make sure that I have a level of sustenance for my family, I'll try to devise a plan and a strategy to make sure that the neighbor's kid is not going hungry. But that's not a minute before I make sure that everything is secured in my house. You got to take care of your home base, your home land first. If you're not willing to do that, then you're not serious about survival.
To pick with the NFL anyway, because the NFL killed Janet Jackson's career. They blackballed Kaepernick, but they gave Bad Bunny his own show, and the Democrats are calling it beautiful. And I'm not supposed to say something? No. If I didn't say something, there'd be something wrong with me. Okay? Truth is, the Democratic Party celebrates diversity when that diversity is not black. Yeah. Read that again. Not black. It took hip-hop, the most dominant music genre on the planet. It took it 60 years to get its own Super Bowl show. But Bad Bunny got a solo show in his second appearance. You do the math. Stay dangerous.
Okay, so shout out to Tim Black. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the other video. So this other video will be Piers Morgan. He's going back and forth with the blonde bombshell bigoted bimbo, aka Megyn Kelly, and Piers the anti-black stooge Morgan. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull that up and we'll get right into it. That video was just kind of like a appetizer and a preface to this video, because many of the MAGA maniacs, they are just foaming at the mouth, crust drooling out the side of the mouth, because they believe that Bad Bunny's performance was un-American. So we will get into this. So let me just give me uno momento so I could play this video. And actually, hold on, while I'm getting the video, just give me like 30 seconds.
That was nasty, bro, like a nasty. Oh, I got a nasty flow. My baddie, though, is a classy bro. I manage her and she escort international exports. I got hardware, my tech support. Really about that business, cause I'm that dude, but you just adore. Used to be on that block, equipped with a Glock. I sold all kind of dope. 10 toes down on the pavement. I send that bitch like an envelope. Enclosed with a love letter. I love cheddar, so I grind hard. I be putting that work in, but I ain't punching no time card. When it comes to being a boss, nigga, I am the epitome. You keep hating, belly aching, but it takes more to get rid of me. I am full of energy.
Okay, and we are activated. So if y'all want to watch this video, uninterrupted. You can go to Piers Morgan Uncensored. It is titled "I'd Rather Die Than Bend the Knee." Megyn Kelly, Scott Galloway, and more on the Super Bowl show. So let's get into it.
Oh, it wasn't about what he was actually going to do during the middle of the Super Bowl performance. It's a
halftime show going back 30. Do you know what? You sent me the best response, which was, or best message. You just said, look, pains in the ass like me and you, we never die young.
So we've got that going for us. Fingers crossed.
Well, talking of pains in the ass, let's get into something, because there are going to be some things that I talk about with you where we're going to be in total agreement. But I'm going to start with something where I know we are totally in disagreement, and that is Bad Bunny. So I got up this morning and I watched it all without reading anything about it. I just thought, I want to watch this completely clean without anyone's view contaminating my brain cells. And I watched all 15 minutes of it. And I've watched every halftime show going back 30, 40 years.
Oh dang, you some people, man, they may want to be off with your head. Braxton said at times Megyn Kelly and Piers Morgan are right as rain, other times they're as wrong as pineapple on pizza. Hey, I gotta ask the chat before I commence, does pineapple go on pizza? Because Braxton is saying that it doesn't. Some people think that that's sacrilegious. How could you put pineapple on pizza? So y'all let me know, does it go on pizza? And more often than not, Megyn Kelly and Piers Morgan are not only wrong, they're just flat out lying. But I'm more concerned with the chat. Does pineapple go on pizza or what? Let's get back into it.
I thought as a piece of theater, it was the best I've seen. Just the most extraordinary kind of Broadway on steroids piece of theater. I also thought it wasn't remotely divisive politically in the end. His Grammys speech was, but his performance, I thought, was actually a lot of things which I would have thought people on the conservative right would applaud. It was about love. A couple actually got married for real in the middle of it. He was preaching about unity, not just the United States of America, but the wider Americas. What was the problem, Megyn?
A certain male gesture is coming to mind, but I'm not sure I can do it on this show. No, it wasn't about what he was actually going to do during the middle of the Super Bowl performance. It's about him. It's about him being chosen as the Super Bowl performer, somebody who's been an outspoken critic, of course, of the Trump administration and of America and our anti-immigrant policies. This is long before the current controversy over ICE. He doesn't want illegals deported from this country. Well, too bad, because the majority of Americans do want that and are not shy about pushing for it. And that's why President Trump got elected. So he and his little buddies over at Green Day never miss a chance to bash the United States of America. He got selected because Jay-Z, for some reason, has got the choice over who performs at our Super Bowl, who's another problem. Don't even get me started on his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. Why is he choosing who's appropriate for American children to?
So here they go again. And this is the same thing that they did with Diddy. Diddy had bottles of baby oil. So they tried to make this seem like Diddy was this monster. And the stories with Diddy were more overblown than it was with the most notorious pedo ring known to man. And now they're doing the same thing with Jay-Z. I mean, I think Jay-Z, he's a talented artist, but you know, he's definitely a Sambo, right? He may not outright be as blatant with his step and fetch it Sambo steps as someone like Charleston White or Anton Kuntan Daniel, someone like that. But he's behind the scenes with all of these big wigs. He knows what's going on in terms of what they're doing, in terms of the sinister things that they're doing to the black community and black artists to undermine them. Jay-Z doesn't care as long as he lines his pockets individually. But what's extremely pathetic and grotesque about both Piers and Megyn, right? Megyn is making it seem like Jay-Z, like he's booking all these people, right? Because of Rock Nation and all this stuff. Jay-Z is a small fry. You think that the NFL didn't want Bad Bunny? No, they were forced to have Bad Bunny because of Jay-Z. And then Megyn Kelly, she's more mad about Jay-Z being listed in the Epstein files than Trump. She's not only a Trump butt kisser, a crack licker. She puts her hands firmly on both cheeks, spreads them apart, licks up and down and all around. This is the president. They call the president the leader of the free world. Jay-Z ain't the leader of the free world. And what are they accusing Jay-Z of? Are they saying that Jay-Z was fondling underage girls? That's what they're accusing Trump of. There's even some leaked files that Trump might have got a blowjob from some dude named Bubba. Now, I don't know if he gave the blowjob or he received it, but there is alleged reports that Trump got a cock meat sandwich. This is what's alleged. Megyn Kelly is not outraged over that. She's outraged that Jay-Z got Bad Bunny to perform at the Super Bowl. Like, huh? Jay-Z is not in office. There's people right now that are in political office that were listed in those epi pedophiles. Is Megyn gonna be doing segments railing against them? No, she's attacking Jay-Z. And she is an anti-black bigot. So there's no shock that the person that she chooses to attack is Jay-Z. The NFL are not victims. If Jay-Z come and said, hey, I want to have this artist perform, you think that the NFL is so powerless victims and they say, hey, man, our hands are tied. The almighty Jehovah, he has spoken. We must have Bad Bunny. We must have Rihanna. We must have Kendrick. We must have these people. No, they were said, oh, okay, you want to have Bad Bunny? Oh, you want to have The Weeknd? Oh, you want to have Kendrick? Hey, cool. You know what I mean? It's a capitalist society. So they're looking for opportunities to capitalize on. So this isn't about Jay-Z. This is about a capitalist nation and a capitalist institution. Who is she going to blame? Jay-Z. Jay-Z is not the boss. He has to answer to bosses. But she won't call out the people that Jay-Z has to answer to because, you know, it's an easy target.
Watch during our seminal sporting event. And I'm sorry, Piers, but to get up there and perform
15 minutes of it. And I've watched every halftime show going back 30, 40 years. I thought as a piece of theater, it was the best I've seen. Just the most extraordinary kind of Broadway on steroids piece of theater. I also thought it wasn't remotely divisive politically in the end. His Grammys speech was, but his performance, I thought, was actually a lot of things which I would have thought people on the conservative right would applaud. It was about love. A couple actually got married for real in the middle of it. He was preaching about unity, not just the United States of America, but the wider Americas. What was the problem, Megyn?
A certain male gesture is coming to mind, but I'm not sure I can do it on this show. No, it wasn't about what he was actually going to do during the middle of the Super Bowl performance. It's about him. It's about him being chosen as the Super Bowl performer, somebody who's been an outspoken critic, of course, of the Trump administration and of America and our anti-immigrant policies. This is long before the current controversy over ICE. He doesn't want illegals deported from this country. Well, too bad, because the majority of Americans do want that and are not shy about pushing for it. And that's why President Trump got elected. So he and his little buddies over at Green Day never miss a chance to bash the United States of America. He got selected because Jay-Z, for some reason, has got the choice over who performs at our Super Bowl, who's another problem. Don't even get me started on his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. Why is he choosing who's appropriate for American children to watch during our seminal sporting event? And I'm sorry, Piers, but to get up there and perform the whole...
So here we have another Trump jizz guzzler. So we have Maryland. Maryland says liars. I don't think that's how you spell liars, Maryland. But I expected from the MAGA maniacs, many of them are unfortunately low IQ and mentally disabled. So if you fit that criteria, which it appears that you do, I don't like to beat up on the handicap. Ghislaine, That's not how you spell her name. So that's two misspellings. You spelled liar wrong and you spelled Ghislaine wrong. Ghislaine has stated that Trump was never involved. Yeah, Ghislaine wants to get pardoned. Of course, she would say that. If you were locked up and facing the time that Ghislaine Maxwell was facing, wouldn't you say the same thing? She is a liar. Not only that, she has been a disgusting pedo and a pedo sympathizer and a pedo colluder. So why would you believe anything that she says? But clearly, you got your head so far up Trump's derriere that you can't see what's right and wrong. But also, Epstein victims have stated it. You are disgusting. So she calls me disgusting for giving commentary on a pedo ring, but she won't call Trump disgusting. You won't call Trump disgusting. You won't call Trump a pedo. You didn't even call Ghislaine disgusting. You didn't even call Epstein disgusting, but you called me disgusting. Damn, Marilyn, get Trump nuts out of your mouth. For reals. I could barely hear you. It's jizz drooling out the corner of your mouth. It sounds like because you got Trump's nuts in your mouth. Marilyn, you should have stayed in school because intellect is not your strong suit. Let's commence.
The whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America. Who gives a damn that we have 40 million Spanish speakers in the United States? We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish. This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos, not for one small group, but for the country. We don't need a black national anthem.
Here we go again. Marilyn, I could barely hear you. Trump's nuts appear to still be in your mouth and, with some of the jizz you gargled. So, go ahead and spit that out so I can hear you clearly. So did Virginia Dufresne. Your name looks like Marilyn, not Virginia. So it's not monkey see, monkey do. If you don't know how to spell, do you have a smartphone? If you could afford a smartphone, use spell check on your smartphone so that way you don't look like a flaming, utter imbecile. You're slick talking bastard. Now I'm a bastard. Okay. Notice she's called me names. She called me disgusting. She called me a bastard, but she has no names for Trump and has no names for Epstein. Marilyn, the pedo sympathizer. Disgusting.
Anthem. We don't need a Spanish speaking not country. Well, too bad, because the majority of Americans do want that and are not shy about pushing for it. And that's why President Trump got elected. So he and his little buddies over at Green Day never miss a chance to bash the United States of America. He got selected because Jay-Z, for some reason, has got the choice over who performs at our Super Bowl, who's another problem. Don't even get me started on his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, that's a good point. She might want some soul pole because I notice many people that are super antagonistic towards black. For some reason, they always, want to get railed from behind from some BBC. I mean, even think about it. It wasn't a black dude who even came up with the term BBC. Like, how weird is that another man is thinking about some other dude's penis that you come up with an acronym for it? And then you got Marilyn. I get it. You're over here guzzling and gargling on Trump's jizz, so you want some of that kind of soulful protein shake. I get it, Marilyn, but no thank you.
Why is he choosing who's appropriate for American children to watch during our seminal sporting event? And I'm sorry, Piers, but to get up there and perform the whole show in Spanish is...
Finally, we have someone that made a sensible comment. Why would any sane person support protecting pedos? Trump and his administration is actively protecting pedos. So I always say this, right? If I'm an innocent person hanging on the block with a bunch of gang members, when the cops roll up, once polite society sees me, they say guilty by association. You're not just hanging with gang members. You are a gang member. No, I'm not a gang member. I don't have a record. Well, if you're not a gang member, why are you hanging with them? Now let's use that same energy and same logic. If Trump isn't a pedo, why is he known schmoozing and yucking it up with a bunch of pedos? He's not a pedo. He just is hanging with them. You know what I mean? Partying with them, saying they're his good friend, so yeah, for all those that are saying he's not a pedo, well, it's guilty by association. It's alleged that he engaged in pedo activities, but even if he didn't, you are who you hang with. If you're hanging around a bunch of serial killers, you can say, hey, I never slit anyone's throat. Then why are you hanging with Michael Myers and Jason and all of these serial killers? But hey, I'm innocent, right? He's hanging with pedos, but he's innocent. I mean, you can believe that if you want. I don't. Trump has lied about much smaller things. So you think he wouldn't lie about something as big as a pedo ring that was a global phenomenon? I mean, who are we kidding here?
The middle finger to the rest of America. Who gives a damn our anti-immigrant policies? This is long before the current controversy over ICE. He doesn't want illegals deported from this country. Well, too bad, because the majority of Americans do want that and are not shy about pushing for it. And that's why President Trump got elected. So he and his little buddies over at Green Day never miss a chance to bash the United States of America. He got selected because Jay-Z, for some reason, has got the...
And this shows you this, and this is why I call them the MAGA maniacs. And it's many of the liberal lunatics that do the same thing. But look, I get it, right? I understand there may be a preference for you to see a spectacle in English so that you can better understand it. But if I say, okay, look, I don't understand this, well, this would be a time where I go and have a smoke break, or you go to the bathroom, or, hey, maybe bust down and do some push-ups. And then after the halftime show, you go and you watch the game as if nothing ever happened. But to pretend as if you're a victim, also, I thought they were putting on this Kid Rock American First show. So if you were focused on the America First show, you wouldn't even have had the energy to be able to watch the Bad Bunny show, because your TV would have been blaring, the speakers would have been blasting from you playing Kid Rock. But nobody cares about Kid Rock. Kid Flop, that's what that show did. And Morgan Wallen, who is just like calling black people niggers. So yeah, if you want to watch that show, go ahead. But when somebody, and that's actually quite pathetic, the American speaking in American English put on a forgettable show. Some say it was decent. Most say it was forgettable because they didn't even know the show was coming on. And here you have someone putting on a show in Spanish that most of us couldn't even understand. And they're like, yeah, I can't understand it, but that's still shit better than what Kid Flop put out. That's pretty pathetic of MAGA. Now, y'all should have got some brothers on there. Y'all should have got some FBAs on there. We would have had it lit. We would have spiced it up. You know what I mean? That was their only chance of having any cultural relevance. But yeah, they got Kid Rock and a bunch of no names, a bunch of Joe Schmoes, and somebody that loves calling black people nigger. And they're like, oh, tune into us. Don't watch Bad Bunny. Like, okay. But like I said, they're more pissed at Bad Bunny for speaking Spanish than pedos. They don't care if you violently and non-consensually penetrate underage girls. Just don't do a halftime show dancing and singing in Spanish. That's where they draw the line. But I thought it was, pro-life and protecting the kids. They want to protect the kids by covering their ears when Spanish music is being played, but they don't want to protect the kid from predatorial people like Trump and his little crony pedo buddies.
And are not shy about pushing for it. And that's why President Trump got elected. So he and his little buddies over at Green Day never miss a chance to bash the United States of America. He got selected because Jay-Z, for some reason, has got the choice over who performs at our Super Bowl, who's another problem. Don't even get me started on his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. Why is he choosing who's appropriate for American children to watch during our seminal sporting event? And I'm sorry, Piers, but to get up there and perform the whole the whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America. Who gives a damn that we have 40 million Spanish speakers in the United States? We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish. This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos, not for one small group, but for the country. We don't need a black national anthem. We don't need a Spanish.
Here we go again. Had to bring up black people. They would be remiss without bringing up black people. And this is the whole thing with the black national anthem. It's only black national anthem in name only. It doesn't even say, here, lift up black people, protect black people. This is only for black people. It's called the Black National Anthem because it predates the actual national anthem. And this is what people don't want to give foundational Black American credit for. We were the patriotic ones saying that, hey, look, we want to lift every voice. That's what it's called. Lift every voice and sing. It's not called lift black voices and sing. So they say lift every voice. Whites are included in that voice. Immigrants are included in that voice. Asians, Hispanics are included. It says lift every voice. But because it was foundational Black American freedmen, that's why they call it the Black National Anthem. But it's not for black people. It's for everyone. Hence, lift every voice. That's why they have historical black colleges are for everyone. It's called historically black because people like Megyn Kelly and her ancestors said, we don't want to go to school with those niggers. Okay, so fine. We created our own institutions that everyone is welcome to go to, right? Why do they call them historically black? Well, you guys have historically white institutions that are not called that. Harvard, Yale, Duke, Cornell, Brown. Just because it's not called a historically white institution doesn't mean that it's not that. When you looked at the Ukrainian people, they came over here and said they were fleeing the dictator Putin. Guess where they got holed up at and given scholarships to? HBCUs. Harvard didn't roll out the red carpet for them. Cornell didn't roll out the red carpet for them. The HBCUs did, though. So her over here railing, we don't need a black national anthem. Like, come on. Someone singing lift every voice that happens to be a black person. Like, how is that affecting your life? They say for black people, nigger is just a word. Get over it. You're not a victim. So we're supposed to get over being called that, but they can't get over a unifying song that wants to lift everyone up. How pathetic are these people? Victimhood 101.
But to get up there and perform the whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America. Who gives a damn that we have 40 million Spanish speakers in the United States? We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish. This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos, not for one small group, but for the country. We don't need a black national anthem. We don't need a Spanish-speaking, non-English performer, and we don't need an ICE or America hater featured.
So Doctor Who DJ says they demand a white singer sing in English. Meanwhile, Kid Flop, boom chaka wow, bung gunga tang, god dang boogie. I don't know what that is, but DJ Kid Flop, come on, bruh. It's crazy though that they're it's so bad that Bad Bunny did a show in Spanish that they couldn't understand. And it just pooped all over Kid Flop. Nobody want to see that. That lineup that they had was pathetic. And that's putting it mildly.
As our primetime entertainment.
Okay, what is the national language, officially the national language of the United States of America?
I mean, English. And there's been a push for many years to make it an official,
you don't have one
documented thing.
You don't have one.
If you would have let me finish my comment, I would have pointed that out. That people have been pushing to make it official.
Okay, so you're trying to.
Yeah, it's funny. Whenever these people get over the hill, they always go with the good old boys act. Kid Rock came through, or like you said, Skid Flop. He came in and was trying to be like a yo, I'm down with the brothers, right? So he got a cosign from the brothers to do rap and stuff. And they're like, oh, okay, cool. He seems cool. We're all inclusive, right? And then because whatever he was doing, the country music, the rock stuff, it wasn't popping. He linked up with some brothers. They gave him some credibility and notoriety, and they was like, hey man, Kid Rock is cool after all. Then after that, he started hanging out with bigots and stuff, and his music fell off. But he was invited to more prestigious events, Turning Point USA, the White House and stuff. So when people fall off with their talent, they lean into bigotry. Same thing with Megyn Kelly, right? Megyn Kelly was saying, when I grew up, I mean, what was the big deal if you want to wear a blackface? And she was railing and saying, Santa Claus is black. And Santa Claus is not black, and Jesus is white and all this stuff. But clearly, Jesus is not white. You can say, oh, no, he's not black. Okay, fine. But he's not white. So even if he wasn't black, he's not white. So why are you lying with your depiction of him? You know what I mean? Praising a false idol. You know what I mean? So Megyn Kelly, when she fell off, she leaned into the good old boy, bigoted bimbo train. That's what they always do. You know what I mean? And then especially if you're a black conservative, also known as conservative, that's how you get money. Saying black people ain't stuff, all the people that say black people ain't shit, they're all married to like white people. And I don't care about interracial dating and mating. You love who you love, you be with who you want to be with. But you got Tim Scott always crapping on black people with a white woman. Anthony Brian Logan, Officer Tatum, Myron Gaines, aka Amru Fudil. You can just go down the list. You know what I mean? It's almost like a prerequisite. But see, if I was with a person of a different race, in ethnicity, if I was with a white person, I don't want to be with some self-hating white. Like, you hate your community. Like, how could I be with you, right? Why would you want to be with an Asian person that hates and despises Asian? So I really have to question these people, especially these white people that get with these self-hating blacks. You know what I mean? Like, how could you really think that this person truly loves you when they hate themselves?
Make official.
This attitude that you have right here is why you in Great Britain have lost Spanish speakers in the United States. We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish. This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos, not for one small group, but for the country. We don't need a black national anthem. We don't need a Spanish-speaking, non-English performer, and we don't need an ICE or America hater.
Yes, you are correct, Dennis. They call it rage baiting. And even Trump was saying how bad of it was a show. It's like, how would you know if it's bad if you didn't watch it, right? And this goes back into the kind of MAGA maniac whiny victimhood. There was no gun to their head forcing them to watch the Bad Bunny show. They chose to watch the show, and then they're crying like little babies. Oh my God. He sung in Spanish. Like, why didn't you plug your ears? Why didn't you put in your earbuds? Why didn't you change the channel? Why didn't you go and have a smoke? Why didn't you go put something on the grill and come back and watch the game and act as if Bad Bunny didn't even exist? Instead, you sat through the show only to whine about it. Can someone cue the tiny violin, please?
Featured as our primetime entertainment.
Okay, what is the national language officially? The national language of the United States of America?
I mean, English. And there's been a push for many years to make it an official.
You don't have one.
Documented thing.
You don't have one.
If you would have let me finish my comment, I would have pointed that out. That people have been pushing to make it official.
Okay, right, so you're trying to make official.
This attitude that you have right here is why you in Great Britain have lost your culture. You ceded your culture to a bunch of radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone. We're not allowing that here. Whether it's Hispanic, whether it's Muslim, it's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected. And whether it's Bad Bunny, who is American but refuses to speak English in his performances, or any.
So here she's whining again, saying it's not going to happen in America. It literally is happening. Isn't that why you're complaining. You're not going to be able to speak Spanish here at our biggest event. This is the Super Bowl. Didn't he just do like the biggest halftime show speaking Spanish? So she's saying that we're not going to let it happen. It already happened. It already happened. And people that look like Megan let it happen. Instead, she's blaming Jay-Z, the NFL commissioner, Roger Goodell, the people that are working with Rock Nation, the people that are doing all the movers and shakers. They look like Megan Kelly. They have the same complexion. But who does she blame? The people with the lowest on the power totem pole. How pathetic could you be?
If you were trying to make official
this attitude that you have right here is why you in Great Britain have lost your culture. You ceded your culture to a bunch of radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone. We're not allowing that here. Whether it's Hispanic, whether it's Muslim, it's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected. And whether it's Bad Bunny, who is American but refuses to speak English in his performances, or anybody else, we have to keep the Super Bowl, which is a quintessential American event. Football, that kind of football, is ours. They call it American football. And the halftime show and everything around it needs to stay quintessentially American. Not Spanish, not Muslim, not anything other than good old-fashioned American apple pie. There should be a meatloaf, maybe some fried chicken, and an English-speaking performer. That's what the Super Bowl should be.
Oh, did I hear that right? Did I hear that right?
Wait a damn minute. Wait a damn.
I said, hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Nope.
Did she just say fried chicken? Hold on. I thought only the blacks. I thought only the niggas love fried chicken. See, whenever someone talks about the fried chicken trope, you got to lean into it. Fried chicken is delicious. If you had a choice, fried chicken, baked chicken, grilled chicken. Now, it all depends on the day. A lot of people would go with fried chicken. So it's funny that she says that fried chicken is a quintessential American value. So why is it a stereotype for Black Americans again when many other ethnic groups eat more fried chicken than us? I'm just saying, watermelon is delicious, one of the most healthiest fruit, and it is also called nature's Viagra. So fellas, if you want to rise to the occasion, look that up. Watermelon could help you do that with the citrulline and other stuff if you want to rise to the occasion. Yes, watermelon, nature's Viagra. What is so bad about watermelon? What is so bad about fried chicken? Megan, the bigot Kelly, is saying that that's an American value, just like apple pie. So will the fried chicken stereotypical trope stop? Probably not, but at least we know that fried chicken is an American value, right? So that would explain why FBAs love fried chicken so much, right? Just like how we taught the Koreans how to do their fried chicken. Let's rewind that back one more again.
Of radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone. We're not allowing that here. Whether it's Hispanic, whether it's Muslim, it's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected. And whether it's Bad Bunny, who is American but refuses to speak English in his performances, or anybody else, we have to keep the Super Bowl, which is a quintessential American event. Football, that kind of football, is ours. They call it American football. And the halftime show and everything around it needs to stay quintessentially American. Not Spanish, not Muslim, not anything other than good old-fashioned American apple pie. There should be a meatloaf.
Hey, May, May or Meh? I'm going to go with Meh. Meh says football's job is not to unite the country. Yeah, I mean, I concur with this. So I think people are trying to do all this overblown stuff like Bad Bunny was preaching unity. Like, what unity was he preaching, though? Was he preaching Latino unity? Like, what unity? I know he showed all of the countries in Latin America in the continent of America, but Who was he really trying to unify? Was he trying to unify the United States of America? Was he trying to unify the globe or the Latino Hispanic community? So I know a lot of times people have just been throwing that term unity out there, but who was he trying to unify with? Because clearly it wasn't, all of America. Because if he was trying to unify with all of America, he would have opted to speak more in English, is what I would think, right? But I don't have an issue with him speaking in Spanish. I just think that we should have other speakers as well. Let some people speak in, Japanese, Mandarin, and stuff. I don't think it should only be two languages. Since they say America is a melting pot, well, hey, let it be a melting pot. Have somebody go up there and perform and do some Farsi stuff. As long as it's good, clearly the language doesn't matter anymore, right? Understanding doesn't matter. It's just all about the visual optics, I guess.
Loaf, maybe some fried chicken, and an English speaking performer. That's what the Super Bowl should be.
So let me pause this because there's an ad. But is that too much to ask? Fried chicken, apple pie, and an English speaking performer? Is that xenophobic?
Okay, two things.
Your culture. You ceded your culture to a bunch of radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone. We're not allowing that here, whether it's Hispanic, whether it's Muslim. It's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected. And whether it's Bad Bunny, who is American but refuses to speak English in his performances, or anybody else, we have to keep the Super Bowl, which is a quintessential American event. Football, that kind of football, is ours. They call it American football. And the halftime show and everything around it needs to stay quintessential.
And I'm going to let her play. But I mean, at least this point is true. Like, they even spell it differently. American football and football, Futbol. So I understand that, yes, this is American football. So you do want to see a bit of American imagery and iconography. The thing is, we live in a capitalist nation where profit motive drives the narrative and propels the energy. So just because we may wish and say, hey, this is the America that I grew and envisioned, that's not what it is anymore, especially the more that people are, pushing about marketing, virtual reality, AI, and capitalism, right? This is all about pushing narratives, which is why you hear all the ice out stuff. So Megan, she wants to harken back to her childhood and see some sort of patriotic Super Bowl that shows American exceptionalism. But you can't have it both ways. People in the dominant society, which look like Megan, they are the ones who are calling the shots. They are the ones who are saying that this is a melting pot. They are the ones who said that we want Bad Bunny. You can blame it on Jay-Z, but it's much bigger than him. So she should be telling people that look like her, the higher ups, the CEOs, the big wigs, not trying to blame Jay-Z. Jay-Z is a middleman. He's a small fry, you know what I mean? But it's just quite amusing that someone singing in Spanish gets these people like so furious. I want to hear some J-pop. I heard some Korean. I don't really listen to K-pop, but I have heard some old school J-pop, Japanese pop. It was fire. I didn't know what they were saying, but it sounded good. And let them perform next. Let's truly be a melting pot. Let the model minorities perform next. I know the MAGA maniacs, they're mad. Why wasn't there a country singer? Who do you want? Like Jelly Roll? Like what country singer would have been up there? People just don't really want to hear country like that. Somebody may go to a bar and throw back a beer, IPA, and listen to country. They may want to do some do-si-do, listen to country at the rodeo. But when you're on your way to a road trip, a lot of people just ain't bumping country. When you go to the club and you see some baddies shaking and twerking and popping that thing down low, it ain't gonna be the country music. If I say, hey, come over, man, I'm throwing a shindig at the crib, it's gonna be some beautiful ladies over here. It's not going to be a lot of country music that's going to get the vibe popping like that. So yeah, the biggest sports spectacle in the entire land, and you're like, where's the country music? Where's the rock music? Ask your community that. They're the ones in charge of this, and even your community doesn't want to hear that. The more I'm in the Bay Area, it's a lot of Latinos, a lot of white people. They don't listen to country. They listen to more rap than a lot of black people. So I get it. You think that rock, which black people started, and country, which black people started, now you think that, oh, this is white music, right? But see, when we create something, it's American music. We created country and we're like, man, this is an American creation. Who cares if y'all pick it up and run with it? Rock, man, this is an American creation. Who cares if y'all pick it up and run with it? But people like Kid Flop or Skid Flop is saying, no, country music is white culture. Okay, so what? You think that country music is white culture and the Super Bowl is white culture, so we should play country music at the Super Bowl to push the narrative that this is a white Christian nation? How is that not identity politics? How is that not woke? I thought identity politics was bad. See, it's good when people like Elon and Tucker are saying we need more white babies. That type of identity politics is cool. But Bad Bunny singing in Spanish to pander and uplift and bring forward unity amongst people of various backgrounds, somehow that identity politics is woke and bad. And, you have to blame George Floyd. But George Floyd has been dead for how long? Yeah, but it's still his fault because of BLM. It's like, no, these decisions aren't being made because of BLM and George Floyd. They're being made because of people that look like Piers Morgan and Megyn Kelly.
Right here is why you in Great Britain have lost your culture. You ceded your culture to a bunch of radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone. We're not allowing that here, whether it's Hispanic, whether...
Hey, and I agree. He should have been on the football stage. He should have been at the World Cup, but in a capitalist society, they make the rules and the decision. So he might be at a World Cup. He may be at the NBA Finals. It's all about profit motive. And especially with the Democrats, they are looking to have a new voter constituency to pander to. They're saying, hey, we're done with the blacks. We love you, Latino. And many of you are white like us, so we love you even more. So this is all this is about. But shout out to Bad Bunny for his historical feat.
Whether it's Muslim, it's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected. And whether it's Bad Bunny, who is American but refuses to speak English in his performances, or anybody else, we have to keep the Super Bowl, which is a quintessential American event. Football, that kind of football, is ours. They call it American football. And the halftime show and everything around it needs to stay quintessentially American. Not Spanish, not Muslim, not anything other than good old-fashioned American apple pie. There should be a meatloaf, maybe some fried chicken, and an English-speaking performer.
So y'all heard that from Megan. Meatloaf, fried chicken, an English-speaking performer. That's the quintessential American values. And Milagro says, but Bunny speaks English and he sings in English. He purposely did not. So I didn't know if he is extremely fluent in English or if he had broken English or not. But the fact that he does know English and he purposely did not. Hey, that is funny. I'll have to tip my hat to bro. I would have preferred if he spoke in English because it would have been much more clear and coherent for me to understand. However, he had a narrative, a mission, and a message that he was pushing. So mission accomplished. And, ICE and Trump and a lot of the MAGA maniacs were trolling him and he trolled them right back. So it looks like this was a W for Bad Bunny. They tried to troll and they got out-trolled. So salute to Bad Bunny. Well played. Touche.
That's what the Super Bowl should be.
Okay, two things. One, you've conceded you don't have a national language in the United States officially. And secondly, the language you do want to be your official language is my language. The language of the country you think has gone to pot. So my obvious follow-up is, Megan, why do you want English as your national language if you think England is gone to hell in a handcart?
Piers, I think those medications for your hip have gone too far. You need to... We need to dial back a pill or two. Okay. We want something that we can all understand. I don't think Bad Bunny used his appearance to bash America, but I can't be sure because I didn't see any subcaptions on his Spanish language performance.
But what about Pavarotti?
So what about Pavarotti? America haters.
What about Pavarotti, who Donald Trump in 2016 in particular would use at every campaign rally? He's used it at the RNC, right, as a triumphant, tub-thumping anthem. Well, no, hang on. Not only Pavarotti.
I've been at lots of Trump rallies. Pavarotti gets a song, maybe
but
two.
He sings, but when he sings Nessun Dorma in Italian, I don't see you leaping up and down going, I can't understand a word of it. You're probably singing along.
I don't remember him being the Super Bowl halftime show, was he?
Well, would you have minded if he was?
Yes, I would have, because we feature English-speaking performers at the quintessentially American event of the Super Bowl. We do Michael Jackson. We do Whitney Houston. We do great bands that love America, like American rap. That's
what? Megyn Kelly is shouting out Michael Jackson, who's FBA, Whitney Houston, who's FBA, and American rap? Huh? This is wild. Megyn Kelly is part of the American rap as degenerate. If it's so degenerate, then why are mainly white people buying it and consuming it? They should be utterly disgusted and repelled by it. Instead, they're saying this is degenerate. Here, let me go consume this. That doesn't make sense. But I will concur with this point. There are many rappers that are patriotic. If you've seen what Kendrick Lamar put on his show, I thought it was phenomenal. Last year, he was showing much American patriotism in his choreography, right? A lot of people were pissed. Oh, just because it's rap, it's like, dude, they was praising the country, and he was really put on an America First show. But still, because it was, the blacks, they try to find a way to hate on it. But now they're looking and they say, well, damn, we didn't like Kendrick performing, but at least he's rapped in English, you know what I mean? But hey, they chose Kendrick because he was hot. He was destroying Drake in a battle, and they wanted to capitalize on that. Right now, there's a bunch of no one's illegal on stolen land. There's a bunch of immigrants did this. Immigrants are the greatest thing since sliced bread. Immigrants built the country. America wouldn't be great without immigrants. So there's all of this narrative right now. So that's why you see at the Grammys, they're saying ice out and pro-immigrant rhetoric. So that's why they're like, oh, Bad Bunny would be great for that. They wouldn't pick some country singer for that. They're going against whatever the political and social climate is. They are capitalists. They are master strategists and people who are looking to make a buck and expand their brand and product. So, of course, they were going to choose Bad Bunny. If it wasn't Bad Bunny, it would have been some other Latino that would have pushed the same narrative. So if they're going to have a Latino that's going to push this narrative, they might as well get the biggest one in the game right now. Makes sense, right? From a marketing and a capitalist standpoint. This isn't about their love for Latinos and, oh my God, this was a love song to Latinos. Yeah, maybe for Bad Bunny, but not the higher ups. That was a love song for their pocketbook. That's all it was.
We feature English-speaking performers at the quintessentially American event of the Super Bowl. We do Michael Jackson. We do Whitney Houston. We do great bands that love America, like American rap. That's a different situation. This guy who can't stand the country comes out and starts speaking in Spanish, and I'm sure the people in South Florida really enjoyed it. The people in an American territory, Puerto Rico, really enjoyed it. But the people in the heartland had no idea what the hell was happening. This is a guy who loves to parade around in a dress, who again hangs out with Jay-Z.
Yeah, and this is the point that I'm making. So Milagro says he had Lady Gaga on top of that. The NFL knew he was going to sing Spanish and didn't care because he's the #1 artist trending right now. And that's the point that I was making. They were looking at it from a financial standpoint. They don't care if you can't understand Spanish. They know that there's enough viewers that will understand the Spanish to appeal to the showing. And there were enough people that said, hey, look, they thought Bad Bunny was handsome, so they didn't care what he said. They thought that the choreography was good, so they didn't care that they couldn't understand them. And the NFL is about making money and expanding their brand. They don't care if you can't understand Bad Bunny. And especially if you watched it entirely and complained about it, they got the viewership and they got the money and the revenue from you hate watching it. So when people are saying, well, why didn't he speak English? Well, you watched the whole Spanish show just to complain about it. So you gave them the views, the revenue, the notoriety that they wanted. And all you're doing is complaining about it like a victim when you tell other groups to don't be a victim. Maybe you should practice what you preach. No one is going to die because Bad Bunny sung in Spanish, right? If you can't afford your bills now, or you couldn't afford your bills then, you won't be able to suddenly afford them because Bad Bunny would have sung in English. And you can't afford them because he sung in Spanish, right? You have bigger fish to fry than worry about Bad Bunny's performance.
Z and his Epstein-loving pals, who gets up there when he's not bashing America with his pals at Green Day, who are from the far left People's Republic of California, who have never missed a chance to rip on Trump, MAGA, half the country, or ICE, and that's something they share with Bad Bunny. That's not representative of what the Heartland wants to see. And the Heartland.
So Mary Rios sounds like a Hispanic Latino name. So Mary Rios, are you a Bad Bunny fan? Are you Hispanic? Let me know. But Mary Rios says no matter what, should have at least a part English song in Spanish, just part of the consideration. Well, some people are saying Lady Gaga did a part in English. I personally didn't see the show. I would have liked to see the whole show in English. That's just my bias. However, I don't think that it's a big deal that he did it in Spanish, right? Because he's that song Monaco. I don't know what he's saying. You know that song, right? I mean, the beat slap, the Godfather sample, right? I'm like, okay, Dima, you know what I mean? So the song is fire, right? But that's that particular song. I don't know if I can listen to a whole album that I didn't necessarily understand, but I get what you're saying. I understand both sides, right? I just think that, like, if I'm listening to this, what is he saying? Sorry, bro, don't know what you're saying. I'll just turn it off. I won't get on and start turning into a keyboard warrior and say, how could the NFL do this? This is a white Christian English nation. Like, is it though? And if it is, why are the white Christian people in charge allowing it to become a melting pot? If they didn't want it to be that, and if they wanted to be that, then who am I to go against the will of the people?
And always gets the middle finger from people like Jay-Z, like Roger Goodell, who should know better, but he's a panderer who runs the NFL. And that's why you had probably closer to 10 million people turning the channel and turning to the Turning Point event, which was pro-American, which was absolutely beautiful, which had.
So you had 10 million people to go to the Turning Point event, but you had over 135 million people watch the Bad Bunny halftime show. Now, obviously, it wasn't just because of Bad Bunny. It was the NFL marketing it. It was the Freddie and Nicole Good shooting. It's the whole Ice Out and the Grammy protest. So there was a lot of hoopla and animosity around this. So this wasn't just a typical halftime show where people are excited about the art. The artist happened to be a trending artist who was the top streamed artist in the world right now. And on top of that, once you add the political fuel to the fire, then of course you're going to get some sort of historic numbers. But the numbers that she said with the skid flop show that they put on, those numbers are, it's all right, but they pale in comparison to a spectacle, which they call the granddaddy of them all in terms of the sports events, right? It pales in comparison to that, right? It's a drop in the bucket. So I don't really know if that's the flex. Like, does anyone know a Kid Rock song? And I guess he tried to stay relevant by making a Charlie Kirk song. And it's like now you're trying to grift off of Charlie Kirk's assassination to resurrect your career. So Kid Rock is like, he should be ashamed of himself and the people that support him, because he's not really that talented. So now he's relying on this good old boy bigotry for people to just fund him just because he's bigoted, not because he's talented, because his talent level is diminishing rapidly. If I'm lying, someone tell me a popular Kid Rock song in the last 5 years, the last 10, the last 15. Don't worry, I'll wait.
But he's a panderer who runs the NFL. And that's why you had probably closer to 10 million people turning the channel and turning to the Turning Point event, which was pro-American, which was absolutely beautiful, which had several references.
So to be clear, I think all music goes hard. I think there's something that goes hard in each genre, but this isn't about going hard, right? In those scenarios that I laid out, most people don't want to listen to country music in those scenarios. And I'm sure that country music will be back on the stage. They had the first, 60 plus, the first 50 years of the Super Bowl. It was like, first of all, they weren't even doing halftime shows. I got to say this. Halftime shows wasn't even a thing until a black show, Keenan Ivory Wayans in Living Color. They said, hey, well, they're not really doing nothing at the Super Bowl. So they put on their own halftime show, and the NFL was like, oh, hell no. We don't like that shit. We don't like that shit. We can't let Keenan Ivory Wayans in Living Color upstage us. So then after that, they had Michael Jackson, right? So that's what started the Super Bowl show. But yeah, I think country music goes hard. Not all country music and not all artists. But since you think it goes so hard, what country artists would you recommend or would you like to see at the Super Bowl? Right. So let's just get back into it.
To God and faith and this country, which had a tribute to Charlie Kirk at the end of it, and talked about Jesus and how he can change your life. That's what America's all about. We are founded as a Christian nation. We're still a Christian nation. And what we want is somebody up there to celebrate how freaking special this country is, not a bunch of people who can't stand us. And over what? Over our desire to get.
I was going to ignore this comment, but I'm just going to respond to it so that we don't get any more low IQ lunatic comments like this. Why are you still talking about Bad Bunny? I'm talking about it because it's a popular topic of discussion. If I put it in the thumbnail and the title and you knew what was going to be talked about, why would you come over here and listen, right? No one is forcing you to be over here. Is there a gun to your head right now forcing you to listen to this stuff? So go in the corner and, go circle jerk while you eat some celery and peanut butter, but you're not forced to be here, right? Go ask Piers Morgan. Go ask the MAGA maniacs why they're still talking about Bad Bunny. I'm not the only one. I'm doing a reaction video, and no one is forcing you to be here. We don't really need the low IQ lunatics like you anyway. So, you can show yourself out, or don't worry, I'll be glad to show you the door.
Illegal immigrants who are raping and molesting our children out of our country. That's all ICE is doing.
Okay. Every new year, I think about what a real fresh start looks like. And for me, it always begins at home. Twist Technology. He has sold 123 million equivalent album sales. He's won Grammys. He's won everything. He is a fantastically successful American story, isn't he? And isn't the fact that he ends up performing at the halftime show exactly the kind of journey that America was founded on, which is a guy who comes from very little, born in America, who actually makes it to the biggest pinnacle because he is, right? I mean, look, I love Kid Rock, okay? And I actually really enjoy the Turning Point show as well. I like them both. But Kid Rock's not had a hit single in the last 11 years. This guy is right now the hottest star in the world, and he should be on the halftime show. I can't think of a compelling reason why not.
Because he's too divisive, Piers. I'm giving you the reason. Maybe because you're not an American, you don't get it.
So shout out to Rich Martinez, The Cave, and building. And salute to everyone that's viewing this concurrently and that will be watching this on the replay. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you.
He is too divisive a figure. No one would begrudge him his personal success story. Good for him. Great. We love that here in America. Just like we love when our half pipe freestyle skiers make it to the Olympics, despite all odds. They overcome them but when you go overseas wearing the American uniform and you bash America on foreign soil, when you're wearing our stars and stripes, we get very upset here in America. It's not that we don't stand for free speech or differences of opinion or love rags to riches stories. We do all of those things. But there are certain things that we expect of the people who are representing us when they're overseas as Olympic athletes or when they're in the middle of the Super Bowl, which is our event. That is a heartland event that gets usually man, but lots of women too, on their feet, feeling patriotic year after year. It's one of the reasons why we love it. And the last thing we want is someone who's a harsh partisan who we know can't stand the country. And you're wrong. He wasn't totally patriotic at that event. He ended it by saying, God bless America. And then
Shout out to 947 says Piers needs to go back to the UK. Now, I don't hate him because I don't care enough about Piers Morgan to hate him, but he is always kind of meddling in US politics, giving his opinion and saying, oh yeah, well, I own a property there. Yeah, but you're not American, bro. Like, speak on UK issues, because he's always giving his perspective and it's largely kind of vapid and incoherent. Just stick to UK politics, Piers Morgan. We really don't care what you have to say.
Listed all the countries in all of the Americas, which is not how we here in the United States view the USA. We actually do believe in American exceptionalism, and we believe we actually do have a higher claim to morality than some of the countries he was listing, like Mexico.
So this is not the time to talk about the U.S. has a higher claim to morality. Now, it is debatable, right? I'm not going to say that the U.S. is just completely immoral, because there's a country of millions of people, and many of them are righteous, virtuous, noble, and on the straight and narrow. However, as we see with the pedophiles, there is a ring, a cabal, a coterie of extremely global plutocrats, kleptocrats, oligarchs that are running a shadowy government and running notorious and nefarious rings, right? Those things will be considered evil and immoral. These are the people who are running the country. So when Megan is saying that, yeah, we are the ones who set the standard, we're this bastion of morality, like, huh? Like, you mean the same that had slavery, not just any slavery, U.S. chattel slavery, because we already know what they're going to say. Slavery was everywhere. Yeah, we're not talking about everywhere. We're talking about America. And slavery was different. In these other places, you were enslaved because you were a prisoner of war, you owed a debt, etc., etc. Over here, you would be enslaved based on the color of your skin, and your offspring would be born slaves. That's unique to United States of American U.S. chattel slavery, right? So we have to be able to draw the distinctions as well. What is moral about that? Okay, fine. We ended slavery. You ended slavery, and then you implemented Jim Crow. So you want a cookie for ending something and then implementing another oppressive system. And then even after Jim Crow, there were still black codes, redlining, debt peonage, sharecropping, eminent domain, mass incarceration. We can go on and on and on. This is not black history. It's American history. No niggers allowed. Like, what is morally righteous about that? Assassinating MLK, what is morally righteous about that? Fred Hampton was in his 20s and was assassinated with the help of the FBI, an institution that we try to say, back the blue no matter who. We don't want to defund the police. What Biden said, we want to fund the police, right? J. Edgar Hoover. Why is there a J. Edgar Hoover building when he was someone who violated people's rights, sent letters to MLK saying that he needs to kill himself? What was morally righteous about J. Edgar Hoover? But he gets an FBI building and statues. Thomas Jefferson, right? We're against pedos, right? But we're not against Thomas Jefferson, right? He was a presidential pedo. Why are we not against him? You know what I mean? Oh, that was a long time ago. You just don't understand. You know, times were different. So you're saying pedophilia was cool back then, but now it's not cool? What year did it become not cool? Because Thomas Jefferson hated black people. He called them niggers. And then he forcibly RAPE'd multiple enslaved women, popped out multiple babies, creating these mulattoes, octoroons, and all this other stuff. And he was a deadbeat because he wasn't claiming those kids. He wasn't daddy dearest. And then when he did treat those kids better than the other slave kids, it was only because he fathered them, but he didn't really claim the kids like that. Is that morally righteous? That sounds extremely disgusting, detestable, debaucherous, degenerate. But guess what America did? We have to give them a statue for that. And don't mention that because then you being woke. Is it the truth or not?
But you wouldn't want him to have his First Amendment rights infringed on his ability to criticize certain policies of a particular.
Of course not.
American
No one's talking about that.
government,
He has no right
as
to
an
perform at the
as
Super
an
Bowl.
American citizen. Really? That's disqualified. So
the First Amendment has nothing to do with it.
anyone who's ever been,
The First Amendment has nothing to do with it. The First Amendment is about government censorship of speech.
Hang on. Anyone who's been critical then of the U.S. government should not be allowed to perform at the halftime show. Is that your position?
I don't think that'd be my selection. I do think you should find somebody who is more of a unifier, and there are plenty of them. There are still millions of people out there who have very strong political opinions, but they don't voice them publicly because they realize they're in a line of work where that could be alienating to their customer base. The same is true for these performers. And if you want to be super outspoken, if you want to be a Jane Fonda,
you know what? This is actually a good point, Dennis. Still don't understand the issue. Do they actually believe you have to understand the lyrics to enjoy the music? A lot of people don't even understand performers' points, even in English. Yeah, there's a bunch of mumble rappers, but you like, damn, man, that beat hit. And I don't know what he said, but the song is slapping. There's sometimes people are singing, or even the rock songs, they'll be just be, yeah, bah, 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 bah. I'm like, what the hell did this rock and roll dude say? But damn, he playing the hell out of that acoustic. So I do understand, because there are many songs that I don't know what the hell they're saying, but it's like, man, this one is kind of hidden. Now, from a preferential standpoint, I get it. As an American who's America first, if I'm watching a grand spectacle, I would prefer to hear it in English. But I'm living in America, which is a capitalist nation, and they are going to promulgate, they are going to pander, they're going to profit off of whatever they see as an opportunity to expand the brand and increase the bank account. So that means, hey, Bad Bunny singing in Spanish, even though he knows English, we think that this is a good marketing ploy. It's a little bit petty, but hey, you know, even if it's controversial, sometimes and in many cases, the controversial nature, the negative aspects of things far outweighs the positive aspects, right? Think of it like this. When you're looking at if you own Amazon, right, and you're looking for a product to buy, there will be some good reviews, but people focus on the negative reviews for more. The negative reviews is what drives and shapes your perspective more so than the positive one. So you can look at an item on Amazon and say, damn, this has a lot of positive ratings. Instead of focusing on those positive ratings, you'll look at the few negative ones and say, man, these comments are really negative. I don't really know if I want to buy this product after all. That's what a lot of people do as well. You know, they try to focus on the negative and allow the negative to become the narrative when they could simply have turned the TV off. But, you know, somehow people pretended as if that wasn't an option. Let's get back into it.
Who is more of a unifier, and there are plenty of them. There are still millions of people out there who have very strong political opinions, but they don't voice them publicly because they realize they're in a line of work where that could be alienating to their customer base. The same is true for these performers. And if you want to be super outspoken, if you want to be a Jane Fonda, then go for it. But don't expect yourself to be placed in the middle of what's supposed to be a nonpartisan event and be a so-called unifier. We put up with this year after year after year. But right now, we're in a serious battle over immigration enforcement, something the country voted for overwhelmingly. And to pick two acts who are as outspoken against that as these two and plop them in the middle of the event is a middle finger by Roger Goodell. It's picking a side in the most divisive debate we're having right now in the country. And it was wrong. It was a mistake.
Good. Well, I'm glad we reached a point of zero agreement on that. Well, let's move to an issue where I think we will agree, and this is the separate issue of Hunter Hess, the U.S. Winter Olympic skier, who said this at the weekend.
It brings up mixed emotions to represent the U.S. right now, I think. It's a little hard. There's obviously a lot going on that I'm not the biggest fan of, and I think a lot of people aren't. I think for me, it's more I'm representing my friends and family back home, the people that represent it before me, all the things that I believe are good about the U.S. I just think if it aligns with my moral values, I feel like I'm representing it. Just because I'm wearing the flag doesn't mean I represent everything that's going on in the U.S.
You see, I think when you're representing your, I'm trying to think, what would I feel if that was a Team GB guy saying that about Britain? And I wouldn't like it, because I think if you're representing your country in a global event like the Olympics, just avoid criticizing your country while you're doing it. It seems to me pretty straightforward transactional deal.
Do you know what athletes over here would give to don the stars and stripes and go represent the United States at the Olympic Games? Anything. Those things get decided by 1/100th of a second when it comes to speed or landings, etc. And this guy, he gets the privilege of going, and he has forgotten the most important lesson of the great Herb Brooks, who coached the Miracle on Ice team that won against the Russians in 1980 in an event so historic, and they've made several movies out of it and documentaries beyond, which is the name on the front of your jersey is a whole hell of a lot more important than the one on the back. You go because you're representing the United States of America, not the guy back here. No one gives a damn about you, Mr. Hess. You'll be forgotten in about 2 minutes, whether you win gold or not. That's the truth. But your bad behavior about your country and the flag that you have been sent to represent will be remembered for a long time. You have single-handedly managed to...
Why is she trying to talk to this dude like she's his mom? Right? All the dude said was, hey, look, I get it, right? When you're on the large stage and there's these Olympic athletes, this is where people want to push American exceptionalism and don't say anything bad about the country, right? But this is supposed to be the greatest nation, right, ever known to man. So in this nation, people are allowed to criticize the government. You may not like it, right? You may think that it's detestable and irresponsible. However, it is within the rights of this person to do. We can't try to talk about how much we hold the Constitution near and dear, and then when someone is protesting verbally or giving a contrarian view that doesn't support the narrative that maybe the entire country is behind, then suddenly what? They're less American. They're less patriotic than you. Patriotic isn't about blind allegiance and loyalty to the country, right? American went over there slaughtering people in Afghanistan and the Middle East based on false pretenses, but you're not supposed to say anything because what? You then hate America? Nah, man, if your family member is cutting up and doing foul stuff, you call out your family member. Doesn't mean you hate your family member and you want to see them decapitated. It's just, yeah, you're my family. And that gives me even more license to call you out because I love you. So I want to talk about this unacceptable behavior. Here she's saying that this dude is speaking out, giving his opinion. It's just simply unacceptable. So it would have been okay if he wasn't in the Olympics, or are you saying just because he's in the Olympics, he needs to just bend the knee to what? The idea of American exceptionalism? No, the exceptionalism about America is the constitutionality that gives you the freedom of speech and freedom of expression. Now, it doesn't mean that you'll be free from consequence, but yeah, if this dude doesn't want to be all gung-ho about what the administration is being, just because he's on the Olympic stage doesn't mean that he has to bite his tongue about his perspective. So, Megan, you're not his mom.
Documentaries beyond, which is the name on the front of your jersey is a whole hell of a lot more important than the one on the back. You go because you're representing the United States of America, not the guy back here. No one gives a damn about you, Mr. Hess. You'll be forgotten in about 2 minutes, whether you win gold or not. That's the truth. But your bad behavior about your country and the flag that you have been sent to represent will be remembered for a long time. You have single-handedly managed to alienate more than half the country, because it's not just conservatives who are outraged at this. There are still a lot of old, regular, moderate, liberal Americans who don't like this crap. If you can't represent the country proudly, don't go. And he says, oh, I'm representing my family and my friends. They don't have the power to let you wear those stars and stripes. They are not empowered to grant you that uniform and let you say you represent the United States of America and run in the red, white, and blue, or ski in the red, white, and blue. They can't do that for you. Your friends and family can give you the hot cocoa when you come in from the mountain, but they can't give you the stars and stripes and America on your back. So if you...
And people act like this is so hard to understand. Yes, I love the country, but you don't have to love the admin, which is why people were saying, let's go, Brandon. All of the whole MAGA maniacs, they were extremely vile with some of their commentary towards Joe Biden. And I frankly didn't care, because Joe Biden is a stumbling, bumbling, blathering, bigoted buffoon. So I didn't care. But many people have that same sentiment about Trump. So people were okay with people railing against Biden, saying that he was just this half-dead, zombified president. That was okay, right? People were ridiculing him. They were talking about his son, his crackhead son. That was fine. So now if people want to talk about Trump and his, wife who had slutty proclivities in the past, all this stuff is fair game. That doesn't mean that you hate the country, though. So people have to stop pretending that once you criticize America, that suddenly you hate the country. No, I love the country, which is why I'm criticizing it. If I didn't love it, I would just continuously let it fall to sugar honey iced tea. But because of my love for the country, I'm going to speak out on it. And I'm going to give an objective analysis. Even if I don't like something, what's right is right. What's fair is fair. So, but I know in society, fairness doesn't exist. Fair is a place where you judge pigs and eat funnel cake, hopefully with a little strawberry drizzle and powdered sugar on the top. But yeah, life is not fair, and this country is definitely not fair. Should we strive for fairness? Yes. Is it a reality right now? Absolutely not.
Can't represent that country proudly. Get that jersey off of your back and give it to someone who can. I think I speak for most Americans when I say we'd rather lose. We'd rather come in third or second or not place at all than win with a guy who can't stand the country he's doing it on behalf of.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Naturals.
Now a local tax expert will...
Let me ask you a difficult question one of my team asked me, because I kind of agree with you. And one of my team said, okay, but what would you feel if someone from the Russian team or the Chinese team suddenly spoke out against their governments? Would we say the same thing, or would we actually cheer them on? It's an interesting question.
Well, I don't think we'd have to debate it because they'd be dead before the beginning of their heat. I mean, China does not tolerate that, and really Russia doesn't either. It's only America that, of course, that's the bitter irony. Like, you know, there's an ice skater, Piers, some no-name loser, who got out there and ripped on America too because she's pansexual. No one even knows what the hell that is. It's fake, made-up bullshit. So she gets out there to say, like, I'm queer, I'm pansexual, and it's been a really tough time for people in the LGBTQ blah, 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 community lately. Really? What gay rights have you not enjoyed as an American citizen? Nothing. It's a lie. She's, first of all, trying to glom onto what's happening in the trans community, which the LGB people have broken up with, but she hasn't gotten the memo because there's complete parity and equal rights for all gay people in America. There's an issue over trans people because that's a whole different kettle of fish. And even our Supreme Court has recognized that as of late. In any event, she's trying to glom on because she loves victimhood. So she's tried to raise it as a fake issue.
So she's saying other people love victimhood, but here she is acting like a victim because someone sung at the Super Bowl in Spanish. And then she said, gay people, you shouldn't be tripping because you guys have all the rights you need. But the trans people, that's a different story. Huh? So gay people have secured all their rights, but trans people haven't? What gay rights are available that trans people don't have? So there should be a separate set of gay rights, a separate set of trans rights, and then what? The rest will be called hetero cisgender normative rights? Like, what the hell are we talking about here?
Have broken up with, but she hasn't gotten the memo because there's complete parity and equal rights for all gay people in America. There's an issue over trans people because that's a whole different kettle of fish. And even our Supreme Court has recognized that as of late. In any event, she's trying to glom on because she loves victimhood. So she's tried to raise it as a fake issue because that's just what she wants to do. Do you think you could do that in Russia? You think you could even speak out? Will any?
And Sam Racing says, how about human rights? Yes, I mean, I would concur. Trans people are humans. Gay people are humans. Black people humans. Hispanics humans. White people humans. So, yeah, I mean, I support human rights. That's the whole fight. When Black people specifically were fighting for civil rights, that's civil rights, and that's the original All Lives Matter. Unfortunately, many other groups were fighting for ethnic specific rights, right? When Jewish people are up there talking about their aggrievement, they don't talk about people of color or other marginalized groups. It's about, you did this to Jews, anti-Semitism, Jews is no marginalized group. Same thing when we were fighting for civil rights. Many Mexicans were fighting for Chicano rights. I'm not Chicano. So how does a Chicano right benefit me? It doesn't. But civil rights benefits everyone, and then every other group, unfortunately, they fight for them, right? Stop Asian hate, you know what I mean? Not stop all hate, stop Asian hate, you know what I mean? Stop anti-Semitism. All anti-Semitism is prejudice and bigotry towards Jewish people. But are they the only ones that experience that? No, but apparently there's a hierarchy of hate, and anti-Semitism is at the top. You know what I mean? You don't hear people using Jewish slurs. You hear people saying nigga all day. You hear people saying nigger, mud shark, monkeys. You hear slurs, epithets, and pejorative terms. Why you don't hear that about the Jews? What do people like to say? It's the Jew, right? Apparently the Jays, they're running America. Okay, so why won't you call them a slur, right? If you hate them so bad. And I'm not advocating for bullying or anything like that. I'm just being facetious and a bit condescending with, this line of rhetoric. But seriously, you always saying that it's the big bad boogeyman J people that are causing all of these things. So why won't you call them a slur? See, you'll call all black people niggers, even though it's like, okay, this person doesn't have a record. This person graduated with a master's degree, but suddenly he's still a nigger. But you're blaming all the J people who have all the power. Why won't you call them a slur? There are plenty of slurs for J people. One of them rhymes, one of them is Ike with a K in front of it. Why won't you say that? All slurs matter. Y'all don't believe in DEI and affirmative action, right? So why should the N word reign supreme as the top upper echelon of slurs? Let's use all of them. All slurs matter. It's just a word. Isn't that what people are saying about the N word? Well, let's use the K word and C word. It's a lot of other creative slurs we can use. Why should the N word be the only one?
Will anybody from a country where they criminalize gay rights speak up? No, they won't. And as an American, I have no problem with that. There's a time and a place. You should speak up for it when you can. When you're in your country, if you want to fight for freedom of speech, you want to fight for civil rights, go for it if you can. The beauty of being in America is you can. You can burn our flag. You can stand on the sidewalks. I love protest. I would be fine with the anti-ICE protesters if they would just behave like normal humans instead of biting off the fingers of the ICE agents. I have a problem with that. That's not protest. That's criminality. So these people who want to go over there and criticize China or criticize Russia, okay, you should do that in your countries. You should do that when and if you can. And if you can't, it's a much bigger problem. The Iranians are dealing with that right now. As Americans, we can criticize our government to high heaven anytime we want to, all over our airwaves, in our
Whenever they do that and start talking about these other countries, you have to make sure you bring it back to America and put it in the context of American history. This is why they try to say slavery was everywhere. Okay, the same thing that was happening in the Holocaust, that was happening everywhere. But is that a valid excuse when you bring up the Holocaust? No. They gave Japanese people interned reparations, but people were interned all over the globe. That didn't matter because we're talking about Japanese Americans, right? The Holocaust, we went through an American Holocaust. We went through a genocide here, foundational Black American freedmen, which was much more violent, brutal, barbaric, right? But we have to focus on the globe, you know what I mean? So I'll say fine when people talk about the Holocaust and, the Adolf dude, he allegedly killed 6 million people. I was like, well, didn't King Leopold allegedly kill 10 to 12 million? Right? So what's a bigger number? 6 million or 10 million? So why are we painting one dude as just, the boogeyman of all boogeymans when I can point you other people who were much more violent and vicious than him? And Adolf is supposed to be this big, scary dude who hated the Jews. Okay, where did Adolf learn from again? Oh, yeah, that would be America. Remember the American Nazi Party? Remember Adolf was the Times Man of the Year, an American publication? Adolf in Mein Kampf talks about how he was able to discriminate against the J people is because from what he learned from American society, how they treated the blacks here with Jim Crow laws and black codes, etc. So when people try to say ISIS like the Gestapo, no, it's not like the Gestapo. But even if they were, the Gestapo learned here. And you can try to say they perfected their methods or their methods went, even further. They were able to go even further because they learned the rudimentary basics here in America. So who is really that bad? The Nazis are so bad, but they learned from Americans. So who is really that bad?
Our thoughts on our streets. It happens every day. That's part of what's so gorgeous and awesome about our country. But these know-nothings don't understand that and want to go over there and tell audiences that include people from China and elsewhere about our human rights violations, which are amorphous and unnamed, like from this queer pansexual.
Megan, as you know, I love you, and I particularly love you when you're on such feisty form, and I love arguing with you, actually, apart from anything else. But not everyone is a super Megyn Kelly fan. You've been taking a lot of flack recently, and I want to play a clip from Cara Swisher from the podcast Pivot she does with Scott Galloway, who's actually coming on my show a little later today. So I want to get your response to this.
Hey, Megan, good to give you content. You'll attack me and not Scott, who's appropriately critical of you, but that's fine. Whatever you want, girl. Next up, Bill
I've
and
been on
Hillary.
Megan's show. Have you been on her show?
No, of course not. Why would I?
All right, I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
Because she was very anti-Israel in the Gaza.
Megyn Kelly, that is precisely why
Okay, so it looks like she's about to wrap it up. There's a panel, and I'll fast forward and see if they will say anything of value.
Of love, of unity, of marriage. I don't get the rage about it.
Piers, you didn't get it because the English and the Americans are two people separated by a common language. So I forgive you for your misunderstanding, but the problem with it was that Bad Bunny hates America. He doesn't just hate one president or some other president. He doesn't just hate some policy or some other policy. He is specifically irate over the enforcement of federal immigration law passed by both parties, enforced in history by both parties. And he has frequently thrown jabs at America, up to and including speaking a language that the vast majority of Americans do not speak at this performance. And then I think the key that he did not have good intentions here came at the end when he said, the one fleeting little bit of English in the performance, he said, "God bless America." And then he followed that up by naming a ton of Latin American countries. So when we hear God bless America, traditionally we use that to mean God bless our country. He was using this in an ironic way to say, you're not even America. And then he named Chile, Argentina, some countries that I do like, El Salvador, Cuba, great cigars, and all of that. He didn't even make America the final country, the apotheosis. He then went on to say Canada. And then finally he said, and my homeland, Puerto Rico. So even though Bad Bunny's an American citizen, he made a point to clarify. He said, I don't really consider myself American. My homeland is Puerto Rico. It was just a thumb in the face of Americans, I think. And, there were other problems with the performance. I agree some of the choreography was well done. But the question you got to ask is, what is the Super Bowl halftime show for? Is it just for great entertainment? Is it just for musical prowess? Not really. The whole point of public games, going back to antiquity, going back to ancient Greece, is patriotism, is to support your country. And this ran totally contrary to that. That was obviously Bad Bunny's intention. And I just think he had no place there. He can go sing his songs. He can get lots of streams on Spotify, but that's not what the Super Bowl's for.
Okay, so could anyone find me a quote or a video from anyone from the NFL saying that their halftime show is dedicated towards American patriotism? So this is what people like to do, and this is why I'll talk about the American exceptionalist bozos and bigots, right? They want to push this thing and they want to project what they want to see on the Super Bowl, but they're the people in charge who are making the calls, who are giving the final say. They look like this dude, Michael Knowles, Michael Trolls, Piers Morgan. They look like him. This is who you should be complaining to. Instead, he's mad at Bad Bunny because people like him invited Bad Bunny to do exactly what he did. Speak English, will you? Well, they knew he wasn't going to speak English and they were okay with it. The NFL is not your league. Just because you love the NFL and you like barbecuing hot dogs and throwing back a cold beer and watching your favorite team on Sunday, it's not your league, it's not your team, and you don't own the players. And people like Piers and Michael Knowles, these people are staunch capitalists. They love capitalism, right? It's oozing out of their pores. This is capitalism. They're capitalizing on an opportunity. Capitalism isn't about your feelings, right? If they could capitalize and they say, look, you can capitalize on this cash cow, but this cash cow doesn't speak English. But there's like, or is it going to increase the brand and drive in lucrative revenue? Then who cares if you speak English, right? This is what the capitalists are saying. But the nationalists, i.e. the white nationalists, are like, no, you can't do that. This is a white Christian nation. We have to speak English. No, we don't. And Bad Bunny proved that. Many people was watching them. There were some girls that thought Bad Bunny was hot. So they didn't give a damn what he was saying. There were some dudes who were part of the LGBT community, thought he was hot, didn't give a damn what he was saying. There were some straight people who were married who was said, hey, look, man, I just want to see a good show, and I'm already geeked up off of the drink, so I don't give a damn. I can't understand it. Some people put it on mute and just watch the choreography. So people were watching the show in various ways, and others said, hey, shout out to Bad Bunny. I don't understand what you said. No comprende, amigo. No entiendes. And they got up out of there. That was an option. You could have turned the TV off. You could have changed the channel. Hey, you could have went in the back and got a quickie in with your girl. There were multiple options. You were not forced to watch a Spanish show in the name of patriotism. Like, come on, bruh. What the hell is this dude talking about? But this dude is supposed to be part of the high IQ community. But all he is a bloviating, blathering, bigoted bozo.
Well done. But the question you got to ask is, what is the Super Bowl halftime show for? Is it just for great entertainment? Is it just for musical prowess? Not really. The whole point of public games, going back to antiquity, going back to ancient Greece, is patriotism, is to support your country. And this ran totally contrary to that. That was obviously Bad Bunny's intention. And I just think he had no place there. He can go sing his songs. He can get lots of streams on Spotify, but that's not what the Super Bowl's for.
Mark Lamont Hill, I mean, there are 54 million Americans who have Spanish as their first language.
So Elise Bob Russo gets it. This was a Goodell slime trick. This was catered to the Latino community who watch mostly soccer or football, and he wants to convert them to the NFL. Like I said, this is a capitalist capitalizing on an opportunity. So not only were they using this to pander towards a specific demographic, they were using it to promulgate a anti-ICE, this is a nation of immigrants, open the border narrative. And they used the biggest star in the Latino community and the hottest trending artist right now to push that out. This is all this is about. It's just business. It's not personal. The NFL doesn't give a damn about the Latino community. They care about the revenue that any community could bring in. They're always looking for new markets. If they feel that a market has already been tapped or sucked dry, they're going to look for another fresher market. This is all this is about. This is not for the, the love and sanctity of Latino culture. And shout out to Latino culture because it's a beautiful and a rich culture. It's just the NFL didn't book Bad Bunny to bestow the virtues of Latino culture. They did it to capitalize and to bring in more revenue to their brand, which it seems as if it may be working.
At home, that number is rocketing year by year by year. So, in 20, 30 years, it's quite likely that the United States will have as many people who have Spanish as their first language as have English, which, by the way, is my language. The language thing in particular, I don't get. This is a guy who's the most streamed guy in Spotify history, I think, and he always sings in Spanish. Every album he does, every song is in Spanish. There's nothing unusual about Bad Bunny singing in Spanish. And if 54 million people in America understand it, does it really matter that a few other people?
So Cliff seems pretty pissed. Cliff, you said screw anti-American. Are you saying that Bad Bunny is anti-American or the people protesting Bad Bunny's performance is anti-American? Which one is it? Could you clarify that?
Like me, for example, watching from London, didn't understand what he was saying, but enjoyed the show?
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, there are a few things here. First, you're right.
And shout out to my UK fam, Debbie Deb and building says, I'm in England. I watched Bad Bunny, not really into him, but his show was amazingly done. That's my thing too. I'm not really into him. When I seen the clips of the show, I couldn't understand it. However, the visual aesthetics of it, did look alluring. So Debbie Deb says that it was amazingly done. So shout out to Bad Bunny. You know, it's not my cup of tea, but it wasn't for me. It was for a particular demographic, for a nation and an international audience. So I expect that from a capitalist institution that is trying to capitalize on the moment and take full advantage of the magnitude of the artist that they booked, right? If you're booking an artist of this magnitude, you want to reap the benefits of said artist. So that's why they're talking to unity and ice out and all of these things, which the Democrats are going to use in the midterms and going forward politically.
54 million people speak it as a first language. Tens of millions more speak it enough to understand it. So it's not as if he was speaking in some cryptic, indecipherable, obscure language. You're speaking in one of the most important languages in the world, and certainly one of the most important languages in the United States. But let's not pretend that Americans only enjoy music that they understand. I mean, half the people, you go to any white bar in America and let it get late enough and Macarena come on. I promise you, they will be dancing their asses off and they won't know a word of it. And guess what? It's just true. Okay. But
I mean, that is true. Same with the thing with the thing Macarena. Then did the same with the thing Macarena. Bamba the John da Macarena. Hey Macarena. I mean, like, what the hell did I say? And what the hell did they say? No one cares, especially if you got some cheeks, you feel me? Some firm cheeks, some jiggly cheeks, some hips gyrating in front of you. Okay, but if the tema, hey Macarena.
yeah, but performances aren't just about the language. It's about the dancing. It's about the set design. It's about the lighting. It's about all of the things that made that such a beautiful performance. You mentioned the wedding that took place, all these other things that took place there. I thought it was an amazing performance. I also just want to push back against this idea that Bad Bunny hates America. If Bad Bunny were to be someone who hated America, being from a colonized land of Puerto Rico, it would be understandable.
And of course, I got to give a shout out, Big Rig Slaps, FBA all day. Tutneys in the building.
But I don't want to conflate a principled critique of America or immigration or ICE with hating America. I have the same critique he does. Does that mean I hate America? Does everybody on the left hate America?
Yes.
I'm sure people on the right would say yes.
But that becomes
exactly. But that's what makes the argument so unhelpful for the bigger conversations, because we position anyone who disagrees with American policy or challenges American power arrangements as being a hater, and that's the
Not
issue.
anyone.
So I think the performance was great. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, but I think that conversation has become so expansive that it outlives its usefulness.
We just lost Jack briefly. We've got to take issue. We're going to try and get him back. But Glenn Greenwald, it was a really interesting thing to watch it clean without having any social media reviews to look at first. I just watched it. First thing I did this morning, I watched it, and I really enjoyed it. And then I turned on social media, and suddenly I had to hate it or I had to love it, but there was no middle ground. There was no nuance. There was nothing allowed. The president said it was the worst halftime show ever. Just objectively, from a piece of theater, it's very hard to argue. Look, I think Michael Jackson did the greatest one ever, followed by Prince. Other people have different favorites. But as a piece of...
I don't really agree with Piers Morgan almost on anything, but hey, let the bro cook. Now, he said he thinks Michael Jackson was number one, Prince, and I would have to say Kendrick. I mean, I could make a case for Kendrick being number one, but Michael Jackson is just goated. And mind you, he put up Bad Bunny numbers before there was Spotify, before there was YouTube, and everyone had a smartphone. You really had to be at the house. There was no cutting the cord. There was no piracy sites where, hey man, do you got cable? Nah, here, just go to this site. Oh, someone's streaming it on Twitch. There was none of that back then when Michael was there. So I gotta give props to Michael. And I think Bad Bunny is an extraordinary artist, but Bad Bunny, Michael Jackson shouldn't even be mentioned in the same sentence. Prince, Bad Bunny shouldn't even be mentioned in the same sentence. Prince was out there. Prince was not only that playing instruments, he was making the beats and singing. His talent was just bar none. And he's singing Purple Rain in the pouring rain. It's kind of hard to top. Not only that, Kendrick comes in with a lot of American patriotic iconography. He had an amazing choreography, and people could understand, and he had people hyped up. So for me, those are the ones that I personally like, but that's just my viewpoint, my perspective. If someone told me that Bad Bunny was the greatest one of all time, I'm not going to try to say, man, you're stupid. You know what I mean? Cállate, puto. How could you say that this person is better than Michael Jackson? I'm not going to say that. You're entitled to your own opinion, right? And we can just, agree to disagree with this one. But, I don't have an issue with Bad Bunny singing in Spanish. I just don't think it was the greatest halftime show ever, and that's okay. I don't, and some do. I don't think you're a bad person if you believe Bad Bunny was the greatest half show act.
Favorites, but as a piece of theater, I thought this was the best I've ever seen. It was so elaborate, so smart, so clever, and I didn't get a sense of hatred. In fact, quite the opposite. I got a sense of love and marriage and harmony and unity, and I don't even agree about the Americas stuff, because the Americas are the Americas. And what's wrong with actually a Latino?
And it's funny because you two are not American, right? But nobody was like, why won't they get an American to play? Yeah, but like Prince and U2, they were jamming. I can't even hold you on that, Bob Russo. Shout out to the legendary Prince. And there have been multiple performers who weren't American who performed. Rihanna, Shakira, and some other people as well. So is this really about American citizenship, or is it about speaking English, or is it about both?
Rapper acknowledging that the Americas go a little bit further than just the United States of America.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think to me that's kind of the heart of the matter. I personally didn't like the halftime show all that much. Just like, from a musical perspective, it's not the music I like. I'm not of the generation that likes Bad Bunny. That's totally fine. I think the question is, why does everything now have to be put through this prism of this like existential right-left culture war? We can't even have the same halftime shows anymore at the Super Bowl. Kid Rock is an extremely ideological and politicized figure. Had he been the host of the presenter of the Super Bowl, the main presenter, I assume that the American right would have been fine with that, even though he's been.
Kid Rock skid flop stinks. That's why he would never headline the Super Bowl. But this is the point, right? The MAGA maniacs would have been okay with Kid Rock. We just want to see rock. We want to see country. Like, if you want to see rock and country, get the best of the best. That ain't Kid Rock. That ain't Morgan Wallen. Or do you want him because he calls black people nigger? If that's the case, then just say that. Stop pretending this is about talent. Like I said, Bad Bunny shouldn't be mentioned in the same breath as Michael Jackson, but Kid Rock shouldn't be mentioned in the same breath as Bad Bunny. I don't have to understand anything that Bad Bunny says, but he is better than Kid Rock. This is my opinion and my viewpoint. You may think otherwise, but they say numbers don't lie, right?
Been extremely critical of American policy under Democratic presidents. Music and art of all kinds typically has a politicized component to it. We've had a ton of non-Americans be at the halftime show before, like Rihanna and Paul McCartney and The Who and Coldplay. It goes on and on. Here's an American presenter who's extremely successful. And I just think the problem is everything gets catastrophized into this like intense culture war where you can't just say, I like the show or I don't. I like this artist or I don't. The reality is he's a gigantic, extremely popular musician among tens of millions of Americans, arguably the most popular, one of the top 5. And that's what the Super Bowl is naturally looking for.
Yeah, Jack Posobiec, welcome back. We lost you briefly there. Look, I've got to say, you were obviously instrumental in this.
I mean, they might want to bring back Limp Biscuit, bring back, I mean, anybody but him. And Frederick says Kid Rock in no way would have been a good choice. No politics even necessary. I can't see him being a good choice. I used to be a fan of his music. So, Frederick, salute to you, brother. You might want to get your head checked. Why the hell were you a fan of Kid Rock, Kid Flop, Skid Flop? I don't know. Maybe when he was hanging out with the brothers, right? Because it was some soulful brothers that kind of put him on game. But after that, he kind of fell off a cliff. What songs do you like? I mean, could anyone name 2 or 3 popular Kid Rock songs? I surely can't.
In the rival show that went up, I really enjoyed that too. I watched all that in full as well, and I really enjoyed it. I love Kid Rock. I've interviewed him. I think.
So Suhaila says, any song that makes a Republican cry is my song, bro. That means that you're a Bad Bunny fan, because anything that he sings in Spanish, it makes the Republicans cry. And this would be the time to cue the tiny violin.
He's a great character, but I think the point Glenn made there is perfectly made, which is if he had been selected, Kid Rock, to perform the halftime show during a Democratic.
The panel as a joke is putting it mildly, which is why I'm a fast forward a little bit, and then I'm going to transition into the next video, because some of these people are a bit insufferable. Even if I agree with them on this particular topic, it's only so much of these people that I could stomach. So I would concur, Wilbur. This panel is a joke. Welcome to the circus.
Presidency, like say Joe Biden or Barack Obama, he's on record as being virulently critical of all those presidencies. Would the same rules apply? Would the conservative right be happy with that, or would they apply intellectual honesty and say, actually, it applies to our side too? If you've been really critical of a president or a presidency, then de facto you're criticizing the country and you disqualify yourself.
And shout out to Wilbur. Wilbur coming in hot, hot, hot. Yeah, I agree. I listened to some rock songs. I'm like, damn, they jamming, but they're screaming into the mic at the top of their lungs. I'm like, I don't know what the hell they're saying, but damn, bro is cutting it up on the acoustics, right? Playing the hell out of the guitar. If you jamming with the guitar and the rock, you can get away with a lot of stuff. People, they're screaming incoherently, almost screeching to a point, and then some people are like, this is awesome. Like, what did they say? I don't know, but this is awesome, right? So how is that any different than Bad Bunny, right? Because you know that this person is screaming in English, you can't understand them, but that's cool. Bad Bunny is speaking clearly in Spanish and you can't understand them. That's not cool. I mean, what's the difference? You can't understand the rock, you can't understand the mumble rap, and you can't understand Spanish speaking Bad Bunny. What's the difference?
From being able to perform the halftime show. In other words, I think there is an intellectual dishonesty here, and it's very tribal. And in this case in particular, I don't see how anybody who watched it with an open mind could not conclude it was just a very fun, entertaining 15 minutes, as was your show.
Well, yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And, I think part of this too is, we want to make sure that we're comparing apples to oranges because, country music and rock music have not been featured at the Super Bowl in decades. And this was a key reason that when you looked at the show that we put on, you've got Kid Rock, who, kind of straddles that bridge between rock, and he does a little rap sometimes, certainly in his earlier stuff. And then he also has country music with his newer stuff, moving obviously now into Christian with his latest song, which is tearing up the charts right now, Till You Can't, that cover that he did, added to it with the tribute to Charlie. And so this is a group of people.
Kid Rock has a song that's tearing up the charts because it's dedicated to Charlie Kirk? Tearing up the charts for who? Are the Taylor Swifties listening to this? Are the Justin Bieber fans listening to this? Are the Bayhive listening to that? Are the Bad Bunny supporters listening to that? Are the K-Dot Kendrick people listening to that, or the Drake stans? Who the hell is listening to Kid Rock's tribute to Charlie Kirk? I don't know, but apparently this dude is tearing up the charts. What charts? Okay.
Super Bowl in decades. And this was a key reason that when you looked at the show that we put on, you've got Kid Rock, who, you know, kind of straddles that bridge between rock and
Took the words out of my mouth, Mr. Knight Rider. I digress.
he does little rap sometimes, certainly in his earlier stuff. And then he also has country music with his newer stuff, moving obviously now into Christian with his latest song, which is tearing up the charts right now, Till You Can't, that cover that he did, added to it with the tribute to Charlie. And so this is a group of people, this audience of people, which, by the way, overlaps very much with the demographics of who watches the NFL, who watches the Super Bowl, that has been completely underserved, because for years, the Super Bowl, going back to 2019, signed a deal with Rock Nation that's run by Jay-Z, as Megyn Kelly was talking about that a little bit a while ago. And they've completely rejected.
Here we go again. Blaming Jay-Z again. All he is the black mascot and the black figurehead. Does anyone think that Jay-Z has this much pull with the NFL that he can just pick, you get a halftime performance and you get a halftime performance? Yes, he may suggest someone, or are people just saying, hey, Bad Bunny is going to be the Super Bowl performer and Jay-Z is just a figurehead? Where is the proof that Jay-Z chose Bad Bunny? Oh, because of Rock Nation. Yeah, Jay-Z doesn't own Rock Nation outright by himself. There's CEOs, there's people that he answers to. So if he answers to somebody else, why are we pretending that this is Jay-Z's call? Jay-Z may have an input. He may have an opinion. He doesn't have the final say, so he's not in charge of anything at all. All Jay-Z is a mascot. But the high IQs still haven't figured this out, or they have and they're just lying, which is the more likely scenario.
These type of artists. So country music, rock music, not shown the type of music that middle America, average Americans, what they would refer to as flyover America. Stephen Colbert was attacking people the other day saying, oh, these are a bunch of unknowns. You can't even pronounce their names, right? And then we got more views than he did. And by the way, the numbers just speak for themselves. It was the #1 entertainment event in YouTube history, the #1 US live stream in US history, or excuse me, YouTube history, #1 American event in YouTube history, #1 English language live stream in.
So this person says Jay-Z has the contract with the NFL. Bugs Bunny was horrible. Yeah, having a contract with the NFL doesn't mean you run the NFL. He still has to answer towards people. He still has to get the green light. Even if he wanted Bad Bunny or Bugs Bunny or Babs Bunny, he still has to go to someone and say, hey, could you approve of this? Which means he's not in charge. It means he's answered to people, which we all have to answer to someone. But no one is trying to figure out who was Jay-Z answering to, who actually is pulling the strings. They just like pointing at Jay-Z to, because he's the figurehead and the mascot, but he's just doing what he told. There were multiple interviews when they're asking Jay-Z about mass incarceration and about very pressing social issues. And, he's kind of mum at the lip, and there's some sort of white or Jewish handler that jumps in to save the day. Okay, that's enough questions for the day. It's like, damn, could Jay-Z speak for himself? So yeah, Jay-Z is a mascot and a puppet. So these decisions that it appears that he's making, someone else has made them, and Jay-Z signed off on them, because if he doesn't sign off on them, they're gonna proceed anyways. So he might as well say, yeah. If they would have said Kid Rock, Jay-Z would have been like, all right, that's fine. If they would have said Jelly Roll or Jelly Bean, whatever the dude's name is, they would have said, all right, fine. Okay. Jay-Z is a puppet. Like, why are we pretending that he's not, that he's just this powerful man calling all the shots? No, that's not the case. He's a small fry in the grand scheme of things.
YouTube history. So the numbers speak for themselves. There were a lot of people who switched over last night.
But why can't we just enjoy both? Why does it have to be politicized, or as Glenn put it, catastrophized, where everyone races to be kind of virulent, when actually what's there to be virulent about? I mean, if Bad Bunny had turned all political during the performance, I'd agree with you. It would have been inappropriate.
Well, he was politicizing it before. He was the one who politicized it in the first place. This isn't even the first time that Bad Bunny has played a Super Bowl, right? He performed with Shakira back in 2019 when she was up on stage. He had a smaller part, a backup singer, but he wasn't being political back then. So nobody really batted an eye. Nobody had a problem with it. And Shakira, obviously, she's, I think, Colombian. Jennifer Lopez played there. She has a Puerto Rican ancestry. And nobody cared. It was just a nice Latin music show. The point was that he was being political all the way through. His choice back, I think it was October when they announced him, is really what drove so many people to say, you know what? I don't want to watch a show like that. We're going to turn the channel. We're going to put on something else. And we were able to really step up and meet that demand for something that's just pro-America, is in English, celebrates the country, and by the way, reaches out to a group of people that have been overlooked for decades by the NFL.
Yeah, so
Michael
just
Knowles,
to be clear,
I mean, well, hang on one second. Just going to go to Michael. I made this point to Megyn Kelly earlier, is in a way, he's the perfect American story. He was born in Puerto Rico, part of the United States. His dad was a truck driver. His mum was a teacher. He wasn't born with any money or any privilege. He worked his way to the top. He worked hard. He got a break. He took it. And he's become the biggest star in the world. I mean, if you look at just his downloads on Spotify, he's number one. He's the guy. And therefore, he's earned his ticket to the Super Bowl. And frankly, if the criteria for Super Bowl performance is you can't be critical of any administration, then you're going to rule out almost everybody. Most of these celebrities, for better or worse, at some stage criticize a president or a presidency, and it depends whether they're from the right or left.
Hey, baby, this is our main sporting event of the year. It's a celebration of America. The purpose of it is for patriotism. It would be nice if the audience were able to understand the music, and it would be nice if the performer didn't constantly express antipathy for the country that, I think you're right, has been very good to him. I just don't think he's been very good for the country.
Did you understand the music? You speak Spanish?
Hang on.
I'm curious. I'm just asking.
No, I want to ask.
Trump plays this beloved song in a foreign language once at his campaign events. The rest of the events are in English. I've been to some of them. And so had Bad Bunny done one number in Spanish or something, I don't think anybody would really be complaining about that. The fact that his entire performance at the apotheosis of American sporting events excludes English, which is the language of the United States, tells you that he was making a political point.
Lady Gaga, Lady Gaga sang her song in English.
That's true, but Bad Bunny did not sing in English. And so the criticism here is of Bad Bunny. I suppose there are other criticisms of Lady Gaga, but she was friends with Tony Bennett, so she gets a pass from me.
So can I respond now?
I do think you're struggling a bit on this, I have to say.
No, not at all. You understand. Here's the distinction is Nessun Dorma is a very famous, popular song. But this is one small moment, a little cultural flavor, a little spice in President Trump's campaign events. The rest of it is in English, which is accessible, and he's promoting it. I'm not saying we can't have a little variety or exotic flavor in life, but it's kind of like the old melting pot imagery of America. If you put a little foreign spice in, that might improve your food. If the entire meal is just curry or something, it's going to be a little too much. It's going to be too many tamales in the pot is going to ruin the Super Bowl performance.
Hey, Pierce, can I ask Michael a question?
That's really disturbing and disgusting. Well, I still haven't been able to respond.
Hang on, tamales are very disgusting. I agree.
Let me bring in Glenn quickly. Then I'm going to Scott.
Like if you look at the last 20 years of Super Bowl presenters, huge numbers of them have been non-American, going back to the aftermath of 9/11 when we had the Rolling Stones and U2 and Paul McCartney and The Who, all kinds of groups that are not even American, and there's all sorts of other ones as well. And those are extremely politicized musicians, to say nothing of people like Madonna and others who have hosted halftime shows. I don't understand why they are totally fine. These non-Americans, these foreigners, these people who are highly politicized, And then suddenly Bad Bunny, who's an extremely popular artist among most Americans, maybe not everybody here, but among most Americans, that's why he's so popular, hosting Saturday Night Live, a central figure to American entertainment and culture, is suddenly such a problem. Like, what is the difference between
I'm
him
happy to explain.
and past musicians?
I'm happy to explain. So all of the foreign artists you're citing just
can I jump in and respond at some point?
come from England. 1 second, Mark. Is more Glenn was asking me a question. The one similarity that they all have is they all speak English, and our country, in fact, comes from England. So we have a shared cultural patrimony, and all of those artists are beloved in America. They're all libs. There's no doubt about it, but they're kind of polite about it. They're not in your face. They're not, for instance, pushing transvestitism and like guys grinding on each other and like attacking ICE and federal law enforcement. They're not pushing that like Bad Bunny is. So I think it's just different in kind.
Madonna is not
we have very
pushing
different
aggressively.
If I could just point out,
pushes slightly deviant sexual
if I could
stuff.
point
Not as
out, if
deviant
I
as
could
Bad
point
Bunny,
out
but
the
a little bit.
elephant,
I agree.
if I could point out the elephant as the token Englishman here, if I could point out the elephant in the room, which you've just hinted at, you don't even speak American. You guys speak English. You speak a foreign language, which is mine. It's my language.
We perfected that language, Piers. That's the distinction.
Actually, in many ways, you've ruined it, and you know you have. Right, whole fire panel. I'm going to come back to you in a moment. I want to be joined now by Professor Scott Galloway, whose new campaign, Resist and Unsubscribe, calls on Americans to cancel ties with a host of brands in protest against ICE and President Trump. Scott, welcome back to Uncensored.
Okay, so I'm gonna get ready to transition into the other video because these guys are just gonna keep going on. And I think the meat and the potatoes of the contrarian arguments have been made. So I'm gonna pull up this other video and we're going to discuss delineation in the Super Bowl. So let me just give you a quick preview, right? The Super Bowl was won. Y'all seen the Seahawks dominating, right? It was won in America. But when the Super Bowl was over, people weren't flying American flags. They were flying flags from foreign nations. One of them being Nigeria, Mexico, and other places. Now, is this disrespectful or is this just cultural pride? And I don't think there's an issue with showing cultural pride. My whole thing is like, just do it all the time, right? If you are proud to represent your nation, your ethnic group, just do it all the time. And the reason why we are pushing for delineation is because one day some people say, hey, I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. And then they want to get some sort of Black African-American scholarship or Juneteenth scholarship. Hey, I'm black like y'all. We all from the motherland. And then they win an award. Hey, I'm not just regular black. I'm Nigerian. Okay, well then fine. Stay Nigerian the whole time. So we're going to react to this video about the delineation in the Super Bowl from the Honorable Tariq Nasheed. So I'm only going to cover, probably like 10 or 15 minutes of this video. I'm going to do another short segment and then I'll get ready to shut her down. So let's get right into this. And I want to appreciate everyone that came through. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. Let's get into it.
And glad to have y'all in here. Y'all hit those hearts. We need a lot of hearts because we want to get the messaging out. So hit those hearts. Just tap the screen and make those hearts get up in there.
And just so we clear and you want to watch the video uninterrupted, this is on Tariq Radio channel. It's titled, Why Were There So Many Foreign Flags at the Super Bowl? So not only was Bad Bunny singing in Spanish, there were a lot of people flying Nigerian flags, Mexican flags, many flags except for the American one. Is this a big deal? A nothing burger? Now, This I'm specifying about specifically my community, the foundational Black American freedmen community, and there's a delineation movement going on right now. We're late to the delineation party. All of these other groups have always delineated, but we've been subscribing to the racist and bigoted one drop rule, and we would be telling people, no, you're in America. This is the land of the one drop rule. Over here, you're all black. We're all one big global Negro. You know what I mean? Many of us, not all, but unfortunately, like the Buck Broken Boule and the misleadership class, they went along with that. But all that did was lump us into one big global Negro that people could pick and choose and extract resources from, and then discard the blackness as if it was a jacket. I don't want to wear this jacket anymore. Throw it off. Oh, I want to be black again. Let me put on the coat. And people are saying, look, if we're going to delineate, which we're late to the party, let's just do it all the time, right? And people understand this with other groups, but with foundational Black American freedmen, they get confused, right? So let me give y'all some examples. Asians, right? They're allowed to delineate. You don't call them one big Asian. You don't say that you're from the same continent. The Asian continent is your motherland, so you all have to be one big Asian. No. Tell a Chinese person that they're no different than a Korean person. Tell a Korean person they're no different than a Japanese person. Tell a Japanese person they're no different than a Filipino person. Tell a Filipino person they're no different than a Cambodian. And see the reaction you get. They're all Asian, right? But no, it's unfair and inappropriate and offensive to just label them as one big global Asian who have slanted chinky eyes, so y'all all look the same. Hey, if the cops pull y'all over, I don't know if it's Korean or I don't know if they're Japanese, right? These arguments sound idiotic, moronic, and rudimentary. However, these are the arguments used. Y'all ain't no different than Jamaicans. Y'all ain't no different than Senegalese and Congolese. Like, huh? We don't eat the same foods, don't look the same. And even if we do look the same, a jaguar and a leopard looks the same. Are they the same? An alligator and a crocodile looks the same. Are they the same? Even if they're the same species, the same family, it's not the same. Are you the same as your cousin? Your cousin's last name is Johnson and your last name is Smith. You're the same. No, there's differences, and it's okay to point out the differences. Doesn't mean that you're better. Doesn't mean that Koreans are automatically better than Chinese just because they're different. But we do need to draw the distinctions. We do need to have a disaggregation of data so that we can get accurate and fair reporting. So now let's get into the video.
A lot of stuff to talk about. We got a lot of stuff to discuss, ladies and gentlemen. They're just saying anything. Just constant crying and lying. That's pathetic. That's the same shit you did in your third world homeland. Crying and lying and begging. Yeah, this delineation is not a joke. And this is what we're going to talk about. How many of y'all saw the Super Bowl? I didn't really watch it. Wasn't interested, but that's just me. Personally, I'm not a big sports fan like that. Even though I have a lot of friends who are professional athletes, I just don't really watch it like that unless it's a friend of mine playing or something, then I might get into it. Or somebody that, like a Shador Sanders, I'm really rooting for him. Something like that. Somebody I really, really have a personal empowerment wish for the person. You know what I'm saying? But family, it was so many foreign flags at this damn Super Bowl. Oh man, when Bad Bunny, the performer Bad Bunny, he had a whole bunch of different flags. For what I've seen, I didn't even watch the whole performance, and a lot of people are talking about how dry the performance was. Yeah, they're trying to say that the Bad Bunny halftime show was watched. It had the most viewers. To be honest, I don't even believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Yeah, from what bad, and that was what that whole thing was about. And Bad Bunny had all them flags, and then after the Super Bowl, you had these Nigerian players. I guess they pulling out their Nigerian flags. Like 3-4 of them pulled out some Nigerian flags. Another one pulled out a Sierra Leone flag. One player pulled out a Mexican flag. He's running up and down the field with a Mexican flag because his wife is Mexican. So, this was something that the higher ups kind of encouraged them to do with all this flag waving. You understand? And cool. Is that what you want to do? Cool. If that's what you want to do, wave these flags, that's cool. The problem I had.
And before I let Tariq finish, I'm going to just show y'all a little bit of the flag waving just so y'all can get a bit of the context. So just give me uno momento and I'm going to pull that up right because we like to pull the things up in real time so y'all can see. So hold on. Let me make this a little bit bigger for y'all. Okay, so here we have right here DeMarcus Lawrence. Hold on, let me pull this banner down. DeMarcus Lawrence celebrated the Super Bowl win by waving the Mexican flag in honor of his wife Sasha heritage and as part of the cultural identity of their children. So this dude is allegedly a Black American. He's not waving the American flag. His kids are not growing up in Mexico. In Mexico, those kids will be considered pinche mayates, negritos, right? That's not helping them push the blancamiento mejoró la raza. So I get it, right? You want to show love to your wife, but the cultural identity of your kids, are your kids not American? And it's got to the point that people want to immigrate to America, but then they want to spit and piss and crap on the American flag. If the flag is so bad, right, why are you here? If the country is so bad, why are you here? People will say that they're fleeing gang violence and persecution from their flag, but they won't burn the flag where they're fleeing from, right? Because of gang violence, but you're burning American flags, not Mexican flags. Okay. Bruh, are you in Mexico or in America? All right. Here's the other post right here. And Tariq says, is this divisive? 6 players of African heritage just won the Super Bowl with Seahawks. Oh, according to y'all, I thought we all had African heritage. Y'all wanted us one big global Negro. Y'all African American. So wouldn't all the Black players be of African heritage? According to what the scientists say, every person has some level of African heritage. Some have more than others, but all of us do. Right? But no, this is delineation right here. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's cool when they do it. All right. So then that means what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Same energy, same logic. There's nothing wrong with you having cultural pride. But the thing is, I have no African flag or, no country to fly a flag for. The only country that I claim and can claim and that can trace as my homeland is America. And there's nothing wrong with it. The only issue is when we fly the American flag, y'all don't know where y'all from. That's why y'all flying the flag. Nah, I do know where I'm from. I ain't from Africa. Right? Having African descent doesn't mean that you're from Africa. Having some level of African genetics or one drop of African Negro blood, that doesn't make you African. Many of these European people have African heritage, African ancestry, African blood. Are they African or no? When you go over to Africa, They don't just say, hey, you're my brother, my sister, or whatever. They say you're an American, right? My American brother, which means you're an immigrant to Africa. How could it be my homeland if I gotta immigrate there, right? And then they start babbling and trying to explain, no, 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 no. It's like, no, it's not my homeland, but you have African ancestry too. So won't you go back to Africa? But here they have delineating. They said 6 players of African heritage. They're not calling them black. They're not calling them African American. They're calling them simply African, which there's nothing wrong with that. So then when we call you African, or we say, hey, you're not like us, you're Nigerian American, I'm foundational Black American, you're being divisive. No, I'm being distinct. That's all. No one says here, tear down Africans just because I'm not African. But here you go. And we can see the names and tell. Uchenna Nwosu, we know that's not a foundational Black American name, but we don't care because we've been the only ones pushing global unity. We've been the only ones uplifting Pan-Africanism. We've been the only ones holding the mantle for Blackness, because these other people were saying, I'm not Black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not Black, I'm Haitian. I'm not Black. I know Black, Papi, I'm Dominican. And they would say, there's no country called Black. Why y'all call yourselves Black, right? There's no country called white, and Nigeria is being dominated by people who call themselves white, and there's no country called white. So y'all see all these names here, and people are flying their flags, which is perfectly fine. So when we holding up American flag, they say, y'all not like us, they're holding up a Nigerian flag. Hey, well, thanks, bruh. You're my brother from Nigeria, but just stop trying to pretend that we're the same. We're not. It doesn't mean that I'm better, doesn't mean that you're better. It just means that we're not the same, right? Even Jews delineate. They're all Jews. Okay, why don't they just label themselves as one big global Jew? Instead, they delineate and say, no, I'm not just a regular Jew. I'm Ashkenazi. I'm not Ashkenazi. I'm Sephardic. I'm not Sephardic. I'm Hasidic. I'm not Hasidic. I'm Mizrahi. But they're all Jews. Why won't they just label themselves as one big Jew? So we're the only one who is supposed to be one big global Negro, but every other group is saying, no, no. Look at the Hispanic community. Are they one big Latino? One big Latin burrito? No. Tell a Mexican that they're no different than an El Salvadorian. Tell a Honduran that they're no different than a Venezuelan. Tell a Brazilian they're no different than a Puerto Rican. And see what response you get. They will delineate because they want to have ethnic and cultural specificity. Why is it an issue when we do it? I didn't grow up eating naan and curry, tandoori chicken, jerk chicken, egusi soup, bush meat. Nothing against those. They come from a rich and prominent culture. It's just not my culture to claim. So let's get back into the video.
Is when we do it, when we stand on lineage business, when we wave the American flag, the flag that everybody's coming to, the flag that our foundational Black American sister, Grace Wisher, helped sew the initial flag. They like to talk about Betsy Ross sewing a flag. That was the Spirit of 76 flag. The flag that we have now, the Stars and Stripes, the flag that we rock with now, that was sewn by a foundational Black American girl, Grace Wisher. All right. But listen, everybody gets to wag flags around left and right. Everybody gets to praise lineage left and right, and it's never criticized. The criticism only comes for us. And this is why we got to double down on delineation. See, ethnic pride is encouraged.
And let me just add a little bit more scholarship, because many people don't understand or know this. And this is why we talk about being foundational Black American freedmen, because when you talk about patriotism, we've been clearly the most patriotic group in the country. We fought in every war, all of the things we have a hand in, whether it's these amendments, the Constitution, the building of the nation, right? And yeah, we can say that others had a hand and others contributed later, but the foundation of our lineage cannot be denied. But Grace Swisher played a long but the overlooked role in creating one of the most iconic symbols in U.S. history, which is the Star Spangled Banner flag. And obviously, this inspired the national anthem. So, Grace Swisher was a free, foundational Black American from Baltimore. She was indentured at about age 10 to Mary Pickersgill, and the professional flag maker commissioned to sew basically a 30 by 42-foot garrison flag for Fort McHenry. So Grace, she worked in Pickersgill household. She did a 6-year apprenticeship from it started around 1810. And then at 13 years old, Grace helped sew the massive flag which flew over Fort McHenry during the War of 1812, right? This wasn't, an immigrant. This wasn't a person of color or anything like that. This was a foundational Black American who did this, and she should be honored and respected. But yeah, so Grace Swisher is someone that you should look up and see the instrumental role that she played in sewing the flag. So let's bring the video back in.
And everybody, except foundational Black Americans. So when Latins, it was Latin pride at the Super Bowl. And Caribbeans, all that stuff. But when all these groups, African, Middle Eastern, European, all of them, they wave their flags, it's framed as culture, heritage, representation. It's something to be proud of. When we wave our flags, our American flag, our foundational Black American flag, the Black American heritage flag that was created.
And shout out to Joshua. The indigenous people of America were melanated, but not from Africa. Yes. And there are people who are representative of melanated and Negroid racial groups, which I get it. Race is a social construct. Yeah, but you're claiming tribes. That's a social construct. You're claiming religion. That's a social construct. And you're claiming ethnicity and nationality. More social constructs. But I do concur, right? And then many of the melanated, darker, Negroid classified indigenous people, they were later classified as Negro. So if you didn't pass the paper bag test or you were darker, because there wasn't just one phenotype. When they say the Native Americans, yeah, many of them immigrated from Siberia, right? And there wasn't just one phenotype. It wasn't just, hey, they came here, they had the land all to themselves. No, it was various ethnic groups, just like it is now. You know what I mean? So yeah, there were melanated people. There were people that now would be classified as part of the Negroid race, but not everyone is from Africa, right? There were many Asiatic Blacks, so there were indigenous people here and all this stuff. And I know people like to make jokes and say we was Kangs and all this stuff, but I mean, they did archaeological digs. When you look at the Lucia woman, who was clearly had Negroid features. So, but Lucia woman wasn't really considered African, right? She possessed Negroid features. So melanated Negroid, but not necessarily African, right? Just like as well, just how Caucasians will try to take claim and say Palestinians are Caucasians and Syrians are Caucasians, etc. So they say that, hey, yeah, Africa isn't just a continent for Negroids. There's Caucasoids over there as well. So they'll say that they were on various continents and people will just automatically assume and believe it. But it seems unfathomable unfathomable to believe melanated negroids were on various continents, even though the genes of what so-called white people are recessive genes. Is some would consider a genetic mutation. So the melanated people have been around millions of years. So this kind of whiter, lighter version of a human being is still a fairly modern thing. But I'm a humanitarian, so I love all people of races, creeds, shades and ethnic backgrounds. But yeah, the whole we all came from Africa thing, it's just mathematically and logically impossible. But you're just supposed to go along and get along with it, right? But when you ask questions about it, they don't really stand the test of scrutiny.
In the 60s, any of those flags, when we wave the flags of the country we built, well, it's treated as suspicious and it's divisive and it's, oh man, it's problematic. We get every excuse in the world where we can't show the same lineage pride. All these other groups are allowed to be ethnically exclusive without no moral police.
Yeah, her name is Grace Wisher. So not Swisher, Grace, like the word grace, and Wisher. So Swisher minus the S. So yeah, look that up. This is American history. So like I said, you come over here, you're going to get some entertainment. You may hear some obnoxious commentary, but you will hear some astute commentary and, you will be entertained. So I appreciate y'all. Let's get back into it.
Again, these dudes, after they won the Super Bowl, start whipping out these Nigerian flags all over the place. I'm like, what the hell? Is this a Burna Boy concert? What the hell happened? What is this? Okay. Yeah, these people, they wave their flags. Okay. When they wave the Caribbean flags, the Dominican flags, Puerto Rican flags.
And shout out to Snowstorm, because she said we are a unique country. 3 populations experienced ethnogenesis on this land. Correct. Especially with foundational Black Americans. So when people try to make us generic Africans, no, we're an amalgamation of some enslaved African, some indigenous people, and some European people. That's a distinct and unique amalgamation. Even places like Mexico, which was a slave colony, which is why they start breaking people down in terms of, mulatto, mestizo, and all of these other pseudo racial / ethnic categories, right? There is an ethnogenesis that occurs where a particular group, a new group is formed and created. So you can't say, hey, your people were from this distant land from 500 years ago. You know how many transformations could occur in 500 plus years? Instead of you focusing on what your family has built and established here, they want you looking back to some distant land that your ancestors descend from thousands of years ago. Okay.
Nobody demands that these groups include everybody. You understand? No one tells them that they're anti-unity. Only Foundation of Black Americans, they try to force us to dilute our identity to make everybody else comfortable. And we got to stop being afraid of that bullshit, man. Check them. No, check people on that stuff. We're the only group as Foundation of Black Americans, we're expected to carry everybody else's identity. The moment we acknowledge lineage, oh, no, you got to be Pan-African. We got to global. The white man pulled me over. They ain't going to ask the USBA. It's the diaspora. It's inclusive. Where was you before slavery? Now we got to get into some ancient damn history that we have to claim to make everybody else feel good. Damn that. Damn that. That burden is never placed on Nigerians, Haitians, Jamaicans, Latins, nobody. It's always placed on us. That's called identity erasure, ladies and gentlemen.
Speaking of the identity erasure, right now is Black History Month. That means Foundational Black American History Month. And all of these people say, I'm not Black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not Black, I'm Haitian. I'm not Black, I'm Dominican. I'm not Black, I'm X, Y, and Z. Now they saying, y'all can't gatekeep Blackness. Black history is for everybody. No, it's not, right? If you want to sell, like Kanye West said, I celebrate Black history every day. I don't need a month. Well, this was Kanye. Now he's Kanye. So yeah, right. They have a Caribbean celebration time. They have a time to celebrate African and global history. When we're talking about American history, we don't need to try to lump it in and talk about Mansa Musa or Shaka Zulu or anything like that. It's extremely disrespectful. If you want to have some sort of thing to praise the ancient Egypt and Alcubulon, do that. You don't have to try to conflate it with our celebration of our homeland, which is America, right? Then people just start getting uncomfortable when we say that. No, this ain't your homeland. How are you going to tell me, right? They'll try to tell you you're from a distant land that didn't even exist when my ancestors was building here. You're from a plot of land that didn't exist. No, the country didn't exist, but the plot of land did. So they want you to just claim some barren land, some undeveloped land, versus you know that your ancestors built here. You can see videos and testimony and census records and slave records. I don't have any cousins in Africa. I don't have any ties and connections to Africa, but they try to manufacture some and say, hey, you watch Roots, right? That's your connection to Africa. Watching Roots and flying some Pan-African flag is somehow some connection. No, it's not. If I go over there, I'm an immigrant because I'm not African. I'm American. You know what I mean? So when I'm flying flags, it's going to be an American flag and only an American flag. I don't have an issue with other people flying their flags. These dudes are flying Nigerian flag. So our issue is say that you're a Nigerian American. Don't try to say I'm Black like you. I'm an African American. You're not Black like me. I'm not Igbo. I'm not Yoruba. That's different. And that's okay. Just stop pretending we're the same. I can't look at a jaguar and say just because they look the same and I feel, that they should be the same cat, that I'm gonna call them the same cat. That suddenly didn't make a jaguar a leopard. They're two different cats in two different climates, have different different bone and body structures, right? They're not the same. We're not the same, and that's okay. But people, they want to try to just make us the same so they can double dip, right? These people could come over here, get benefits under the Black banner, but then also get benefits that are exclusively earmarked for immigrants. And then this also helps usher in the this is a nation of immigrants and it was built by immigrants. Yeah, you can say it was a nation of immigrants. Okay, that's fine. You open the border, the Ellis Islands, fine. But to say it was built by immigrants that's a bit too far. I'm gonna do a segment on that, addressing that lie specifically. But yeah, people don't immigrate into a country that's failing or that's undeveloped. People immigrate. People don't say, man, this country, yeah, it's kind of dilapidated, but if I immigrated to it, I'm sure we can build it up from scratch. No, people are fleeing failure, feudalism, famine. And then they come to a place that somebody else already fought to build up and they come and contribute. But contribution is not the same as creation. If I throw a cookout, right, and I done cooked all the food and I done did all the decorations and I done sent all the invitations, and you come and you bring one dish and you bring some paper plates, you've contributed to the cookout. To say that you've organized and created it, that would be a bit too much.
And our good sister, our FBA sister, Coco Jones, she sang the national anthem, did a phenomenal job. That's a beautiful FBA sister, beautiful sister.
So I'm over 3 hours in. I've been talking about Bad Bunny. So if you didn't miss that, you can watch the stream from the beginning. So yeah, I've already been talking about Bad Bunny enough. So if you missed it, then start it over from the beginning. And Snowstorm says, I don't love people flying other flags on American soil. You plant a flag to claim land, and this country belongs to American citizens. I'm not big on flying American flags. I don't get all bent out of shape like others do. I'm just saying, keep the same energy. But when these people do that, I'll try to look at their homeland. Would it be cool for you to do this in their homeland? Would it be cool for you to go do this in Mexico and Nigeria, in North Korea, in Israel? And if it's not cool for us to do it in their country, why should we allow it in our country just for the sake of being a melting pot? Well, if it's a melting pot, why are these people not saying, hey, look, America's a melting pot? All right, fine. Let's go to your homeland and fight to make it a melting pot. Why is people not doing that? Instead of fighting in your homeland, you come to a homeland where others have already fought to just reap the benefits of what other people fought. So what exactly are you doing besides cashing in on the benefits? Who did you fight for? What did you fight against?
Did the national anthem. Did a phenomenal job. But did y'all notice they had like a Pan-African flag on her? Did y'all notice that? They had a Pan-African flag on her. They're like a patch or something. Yeah, they had a Pan-African flag on her. Yeah, a lot of people had an issue with that, and I had an issue with it too. You see, everybody, they get to wave their own flags and all that, but as foundational Black Americans, we're not allowed to exist on our own terms. So you gotta, if you get out there, put this Pan-African flag on.
So David says, you are wrong. What am I wrong about? And who are you talking to? Are you talking to me or someone in the chat? I guess it doesn't matter what hues were most of the people in the Bible. Well, what hues were most of the people in the Bible, right? Because people have convinced you that Jesus is this Caesar Borgia, lily white dude, but we know that couldn't be further from the truth. So what hues are the people in the Bible? I thought that we were all God's children, and why do you have to make it about race? And we live in a colorblind society. So what does identifying the hues in the Bible actually even mean? Go ahead, elaborate on that, David.
And we got to check that stuff. Don't let people punk us. Yeah, I don't give a damn about these people being mad about us standing on lineage. I'm gonna always stand on lineage. In a room full of tethers, even if I'm in a country full of non-FBAs. When I went to Africa a few weeks ago, I was standing on FBA business. Do you understand me? I went out there and stood 10 toes down on FBA business. You feel me? No fear, nothing.
You've been in a car accident? Sit down, take a breath, and for the love of your bank account, don't call your insurance yet. Give me
nothing at all. I'm always represent this culture because this is the most influential global culture. See, us waving the American flag, that threatens the narrative. See, the American flag represents ownership, authorship, birthright. So us waving that flag, that reminds people this country was not built by immigrants. You're going to have to acknowledge a very specific people, foundational Black Americans. We are foundational, and we're the true builders of this nation. That's just what it is. You see, and then this not inclusive junk, see, they use that as a weapon only against us. You see, inclusivity, that's selectively enforced. We're the only people told that defining.
Yeah, so like I said, we have to be all inclusive. Y'all all Black, so you have to pretend that I'm no different than a Jamaican. I'm no different than a Haitian. I'm no different than a Nigerian, because y'all all Black, so we all have to be the same. But once again, this logic doesn't hold with anyone else. Y'all all Asian, so you have to be lumped in with Filipinos, Koreans, and Japanese because y'all all Asian. Look at Native Americans, right? Which many of them are $5 Indians. Many of them are not indigenous, and many of them are not native, i.e. Elizabeth Warren. So they'll think that a black indigenous person who actually literally has roots and was reclassified as Negro, oh, you're just a pretendian, but somehow Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren, is a true Native American who has 1,111,1,000th of Native American ancestry in her. Like, you know how they have the 1 drop rule? She has half of a 1 drop, but somehow she went through life getting tribal benefits and benefits as a Native American, and people were okay with that, right? Why are Native Americans or Indians or indigenous, why are they not just considered one big Native American, right? Why can't you say that Choctaw is the same as Seminole and Cherokee is the same as Blackfoot and Blackfoot is the same as Navajo? Y'all all Native American, right? No, they say that's offensive. That's cultural erasure, that's ethnocide. We understand it with every other group, but with foundational Black Americans, suddenly people don't understand it. Let's just take it to Christianity. People delineate in Christianity. We're all Christian. Okay, so why is there Pentecostal? Why are there evangelical? Why are there Latter-day Saints? Why are there Jehovah's Witness and Baptists and all? Why? Y'all all are Christian, right? Instead, they're delineating based on a religious denomination. And not only that, they're segregating based on race. Why is there a white church? Why is there an Asian church? Why is there a Hispanic church? Right? We're all humans. We're all Americans. We're all God's children, but we go to separate churches. This shit doesn't make any sense. You hate black people, but somehow when you go to heaven and see black people, that you guys are gonna shake hands and roast marshmallows. So if you're gonna be friends in heaven, why aren't you friends on earth? Doesn't make any sense. So let me play a little bit more of this video. I'm gonna transition into the short anti-Semitism ad, and then I'm gonna shut her down.
Ourselves is somehow immoral. So they have to frame it like that to keep foundational Black Americans politically fragmented. They want to keep us culturally diluted. They need to keep us economically displaced. See, they understand the power of us delineating. Family, us looking at each other and saying, hey, we are unique and we're going to get on code about our unique lineage. Do you see how threatening that is to people? Why are they so threatened by that? They know our power. See, they've been running a game on us, man. They know FBA power. They know. And the pushback that we keep getting, that proves delineation is working. You don't get this level of resistance. Hell, you do a positive news story about our lineage and then some higher ups have it taken down. They're doing stuff in Florida where certain programs and benefits that schools have,
So in Florida, because DeSantis is pushing the war on woke, he's saying that you can't even say black. So during Black History Month, FAMU was trying to pass out some flyers and do an organization event, and they banned the word black under the term DEI. They didn't ban the word African, though. Interesting. They don't ban that because they want to try to make us, no, this is not your land. You're African. So they want to try to conflate and equate us to immigrants, but we're like, no, we're not. That's what we're saying. We're foundational Black Americans. Up. Don't say black. He didn't implement anything that says don't say white. He didn't implement anything that says don't say Asian. He didn't implement anything that says don't say Jewish. So how are we in the same boat? We're all marginalized groups. Yeah. We're all minorities. Yeah. How? right? No oppression is coming to certain groups. Then the groups that is the most oppressed, we're told, stop begging. Jewish people got millions and millions and millions of dollars. This was just last year. This wasn't 20 years ago. This was last year. They got reparations. Why? Because of anti-Semitism. Someone said globalize the Intifada and free, free, free Palestine. And then Jewish people suddenly became victims. So black people, if someone calls you a nigger, get over it. It's just a word. But when someone says free, free Palestine, oh my God, Jews have been so traumatized. We have to give them millions and millions of dollars. I thought you can't throw money at the problem, but you could throw money at certain demographics problems. Kathy Hochul last year were saying that, you know, she gave money to Jewish Holocaust victims and their heirs. Did the Jewish Nazi Germany Holocaust happen here or in another country? There was no outrage saying, well, my taxpayer dollars going to reparations. They only care about reparations going to foundational Black American freedmen. But there's already been studies by Citigroup, who is no friend of Black people, the third or fourth largest institution in the entire globe, said that paying reparations to foundational Black American freedmen would stimulate the economy, because we're not immigrants. So that money is going to cycle in the country, and people will say bigoted stuff. Y'all just gonna buy fried chicken and Jordans. Well, here's a golden opportunity for you to invest in those stocks. But people don't truly believe that. And then they'll make excuses for why we shouldn't get it. But there's no outrage. Did you know that the Democrats are trying to give illegal immigrants reparations because they've been separated from families? Biden was trying to do that too. He said that because due to Trump's border policy, he wanted to give those families $400,000 and some change because of family separations. We ain't giving you niggas nothing, even though we targeted y'all, we burned down y'all communities, debt peonage, eminent domain, mass incarceration, all of that stuff. You niggas ain't getting nothing. But for the immigrants, roll out the red carpet. They have special funding for immigrants in California that you have no access to. They have free lawyers. They have all of these NGOs to say, hey, look, it's not the government, it's the NGOs. But yet the government is helping facilitate the NGOs, funding them and not auditing them. So, this is one big cluster flop. Let me play a little bit more and I'll transition.
Can't use the word Black when talking about heritage. Did y'all hear about that in Florida? They got some shit down there where you can't use Black on some of the paraphernalia and some of the documents as far as different programs that some of the schools are having. Yeah, have y'all heard about that? Yeah, man. Yeah, it's getting crazy.
I concur. It's beyond getting crazy. It's not getting crazy. It is crazy. So I'm going to play this other video, which is not going to be too long. In case y'all didn't see it, there was a anti-Semitism ad during the Super Bowl. Huh? Okay. Let's get into that. So let me ask y'all, did any of you guys go to school with Jewish people? Did you know they were Jewish people? One of the reasons why they call them the small hats and they wear the yarmulkes is because many of them are racially white. So you can't really tell, is that a Jew? Is that, I don't know. But then you see them wearing, the small hat. You okay, cool. Clearly this person is a Jew. So they put forward a Super Bowl ad to make it seem like anti-Semitism is the greatest hate ever known to man. There have been countless anti-Semitism ads passed. There's been countless of money doled out. But it's funny because no one says that the Jews have a victim mentality. but they're always getting money saying that they're victimized. No one is telling them to stop begging the government, and they keep getting millions and millions from the government. Wonder why no one is calling them victims. But let's pull up this anti-Semitism ad, and we're going to react to this in real time. Give me a moment.
Dude.
Did you see that? Should we tell him? So bad.
Oh, bro, look at him. Oh my gosh.
Not funny.
Do not listen to that.
Thank you, man.
I know how it feels. Nah. They're not worth it, bro.
Yeah, you're right. I was tripping.
What's your name?
Name Dave.
David?
Yeah.
Hello.
Here we go again. Man. Do I gotta hit him?
Hope, please.
Nigga, please.
Hope. Nigga, what?
Nigga.
Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
Anti-Semitism?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Huh? How many of y'all went to school with Jewish people? We probably all did. But how many of y'all knew that they were Jewish? I don't remember anyone in my school being Jewish. I'm sure I went to school with Jewish people, but I didn't know. Most Jews in America identify as racially white. So as many of them changed their names, so I don't really know where this anti-Semitism is running rampant in schools. And of course, they had to have a black dude stand up to him, right? I'm gonna play the video back and just break this down. But like I said, this won't be a long segment. The video is only 1 minute. So you may see more of these blue squares. That means you're stand up to Jewish hate, right? Would they air a ad like this on the Super Bowl on any major network that said stand up to anti-black hate or Muslim hate? We've already seen the Asian hate. So we know that the Asians could get theirs, the Jewish, but guess who's the leading victim of hate crimes? Black people. But yeah, forget them niggas. Let's talk about Jewish hate. People, I could say nigga, I could say nigger, and nothing is gonna happen on YouTube because it's the blacks. Y'all say it to each other, so no one cares. But when it comes to a gay slur, called Yagit, but with the F, or a Jewish slur called Ike with a K, you can't even say that. People will be trembling in their boots to say that. They're just a word, right? How is Yagit not a word? How is Ike with a K not a word, right? Y'all could get over that too, but notice people, they don't want to use the slur. So how much hate are they really dealing with? Even in this segment, right? They called him a dirty Jew. They didn't call him a dirty Ike with a K. Now, if this was flipped, black people would be called dirty niggers. They don't call dirty blacks dirty monkeys. We get the brunt of the racial epithets and pejoratives and slurs, but we're just told to get over it. So if this dude got called a dirty Jew, I mean, it's just a word. Get over it, right? Let me rewind this back. So there it goes. Do you see a difference between this Jewish dude and the two white dudes that bumped him? I mean, what's the difference, right? No, they're not the same race, but I thought you said race was a social construct, right? No, they're different ethnicities. Oh, they're different ethnicities, but the same race. Race is a social construct. Yeah, so is ethnicity. So what are we talking about again? So let's watch this. Two dudes that look like him bump him and push him. So who is doing all this anti-Semitic hate? Surely it's not black people, and surely it's not George Floyd.
Loser. Dude.
Somebody called him a loser. It's just a word.
Did you see that? Should we tell him? So bad.
Oh, bro, look at him. Oh my gosh.
Somebody said, oh, bro, look at him. How many times have black people been told, look at him, look at that monkey, go back to your country? So what are we seeing here that's just so, oh my God. Oh my God, look at what Jews are going through. He's walking through a hallway with kids who are adolescents bullying and ridiculing him. I mean, this is the most softest, polite bullying I've ever seen. Clearly, y'all never went to no schools in the hood, because people would be begging for their bullies to treat them like this. Like, facts don't care about your feelings, right? So he's walking through a hallway and, you know, people are sneering and ha-ha and kikiing. How is he a victim again?
It's not funny. Stop.
Do not listen to that.
Thank you, man.
I know how it feels. Nah. They're not worth it, bro.
Yeah, you're right. I was tripping.
What's your name?
Name's Dave.
And then you talking about, yeah, you're right, he was tripping. What were you about to do, bruh? So this commercial was wild. So then they make it seem as if he was going to do something. Bruh, you weren't going to do nothing. You just got marked out by two dudes. They bumped you, or you didn't say or do anything. Then he's like, oh yeah, I was tripping. That don't sound like no Jewish slang. That sounds like BAVE, Black American Vernacular Ebonics. Yeah, man, I was tripping. Like, huh? What was this Jewish dude about to do? He was going to go on a rampage. If he would have went over there and they would have stomped him out, then they would have been calling that anti-Semitic. So this commercial is all over the place. Look, I don't think anyone should be bullied. I don't think anyone should be targeted for their race, ethnic group, creed, religion, or any other ideology, right? But kids will be kids. People will be people. People bully each other. People are cruel towards each other. It's kind of like a rite of passage in school. I'm not condoning it, but it happens, right? So if someone is going to bully you, you know, you have some options, right? You can fight back and knock the bully out so they don't bully you. You can, you know, get some muscle. You can get some black dude like this dude to put the cape on for you and have your back. Or you can go to the authoritative bodies and snitch and say, look, I'm a J person. I fear for my life. Anti-Semitism has me petrified. What could you do? So this person has options, but in terms of bullying, this is the softest, sweetest bullying I've ever seen. But hey, stop anti-Semitism. Okay. Well, you know, I'm gonna get ready to shut her down. I think this has been a fruitful stream. We've already been going for about 4 hours, but don't worry, I will hit y'all with another one tomorrow. So y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily, and for that, I thank you. So just in case you haven't done so already, please hit the like button. It will not cost you a fee. The likes are free. And if you want to stay abreast with the content, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. Many of my streams have been impromptu until I get a set schedule. You know, y'all can just catch me when you catch me. Tomorrow, I should have some more time. So if anybody wants to come and join the discussion, I would love to hear from y'all. But in case y'all didn't hit that like button yet, I have to give you a friendly reminder. Time for a like intermission. We kindly request that you show love to the channel's creator and platform by leaving a like, sharing, commenting, and subscribing. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell to stay up to date with all the latest content. Liking posts is completely free and helps the algorithm boost our reach. We want to grow the community larger and larger. So thank you all who take the time to support us. It does mean the world to us and doesn't go unnoticed. And like I said, this is the part of the stream where I'm winding it down. I have a couple more visuals to play and we'll be out of here within the next 10 minutes. I do sincerely appreciate y'all. And in case you guys are feeling generous and would like to make a financial contribution, then
I think it's about time you gave me my money. I need cash. Please send that money. Please send that money. Please send that money. My money. I need cash. My money. I need cash. My money.
now before we get out of here, you know I gotta hit you. Yeah. Hey. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah. Shit so hot it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. There's a lot of niggas that say they real. To me that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine stuff. I ride up on them with the 40 ounces to definition of adrenaline rush. What it do is it's sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas is rough like Brillo Pass. Grew up out on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These homes that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. For the zip lips so you get hit when the fifth spit. Flatline in your hit. Trap habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like Buku. For the cocaine, they go cuckoo. Most these niggas is foo-foo, so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss, I call shots cause I'm still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on shite racket and fly back out the mill. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.
B-Eazy Dat Dude. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah, they know the name. B-Eazy Dat Dude.
love me. You really love me. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah.